I've read on your Facebook page, and I don't think a lot of fans know, but the piece that says E1999 Eternal, it almost looks like a backward 7. I read that that's actually the left side of a pentagram. Is that right?
Yeah, no, the triangle.
Yes.
You guys didn't know that?
I don't think like anybody's ever, because I mean even Lazy Bone still puts that on t-shirts and stuff, and I think Lazy Bone would probably be bummed out if he knew he was putting a pentagram on his t-shirt.
Well, they got they got mad at me a couple of times because I said some stuff. But they're spiritual people. They got mad at me a couple of times. But yeah, that's the left side of the pentagram. If you look at Eric's last album, you can see that I hand drew that on the background too. There's like a little triangle.
What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West, Beyond the Harmony, BeyondTheHarmony.com, back again with a very special release. You know it's got to be special if it brought C-Dub back. I've been inactive for almost 2 years, so you know something big just dropped. If it took my jersey out of the rafters and put me back on the floor to do the best thing that I do, this Bone Thug podcast thing. This isn't just any release. I haven't really been paying attention to the Bone world lately, but then something popped up for me. I saw an E1999 Eternal re-release. Now, it gets re-released all the time. We've seen tons of re-releases, but when I saw the pictures of this re-release, I was like, oh, I gotta get my hands on this. We gotta take a closer look. So this is the E1999 Eternal re-release from vinylmeplease.com. And when I saw these pictures, man, they did something with Eternal that we've never seen before. I just saw some of the pictures, but I had to get my hands on it. So here we are. I haven't even opened it up. You see, they sent it out packaged well. Let's get into this. I'm excited. I don't want to do any damage. All right. Oh yeah, that's packaged nicely. All right. Wow, y'all. Wow. Holy. I got to tell you guys, right off the break, man, this is very impressive. Wow. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's start. Let's get it open. All right. Break down what we got going on, because there's a lot and I haven't even got into it. All right. So we got this spine. I'm not going to read all of this. Bone Thugs and Harmony have ascended to a plateau of the Grammy rap stardom. All right. So we got like a little bio right here. This is to kind of try to sell anybody that hasn't been sold. Now, what's cool here is we got the cover. This is all foil. The E1999, the Eternal, the Bone Thugs, this is all foil. Wow, it looks incredible. This looks incredible. So first thing I noticed is we got this, you know, the standard back cover. We got the Eric Wright 1152-3 logo. We got Ruthless. And we got some Vinyl Me Please information. But what cool is on the back of this, we got this. And I don't know if we've ever seen this before without this text on it. So they gave us something that we haven't had in this form before. Wow. It's really nice. This is a completely separate sheet. You could frame this. There's a lot of things you could do with this. Your boy C-Dub, I'm probably framing this. That's incredible. All right, let's get that over here. Let's get into it. Oh boy. I don't know what the actual record release is like the original ones. So I don't know how big that artwork is. I've never seen the artwork like this at this size. I'm not saying it hasn't been done because again, I didn't see the original releases, but to just see the size of this, to see this map like this, and to see the Oracle little script, really cool. All right, let's get in. All right, so we got our records. What a nice slip. Wow, check that out. What's really cool is seeing this right here. You know that's an overlay. Tyree is actually who designed that. We had a 3-man team. We had Donald Cunningham, Julio, who we've interviewed. Check out that Julio interview. And then Tyree. Tyree was responsible for this. Other side, we got just what's on it. The OG Ruthless Records. Beautiful print on this side. Very cool, y'all. Very, very cool. Very cool. Now, this is the part, and I'll put on screen. I'm not going to destroy mine, but I have a close friend that took it on the chin for us and destroyed theirs. Okay, we got a little book in here too. It's going to be hard to see, but you can see in there. We have that Oracle. It was over the. What was that over? It was over this, actually. This booklet they popped out. So we had that overlay over this picture of the suppress and vote, and it was over this. So now we get them both separately. That's incredible. I've never seen this photo like this. Very cool. We got a whole book here. Bone Thugs and Harmony on the front, or I guess that would be the back. And then let's get in. We got a nice bio going on. A lot here. We'll make sure we'll make sure we get Johnny to do this whole thing. So we'll do a separate release with this entire bio in here. Very cool. We got the picture from under the map as its own photo. I believe this is the photo that is considered the Escape from Hell photo, but it may not be. This may be Escape from Hell. I'm not sure which one. This one's cool because you can see here I've always seen like this, but you can see like there's a gun in here. Yeah. Very cool, guys. So we got Escape from Hell photo, I think, one of those two. Continue to have like a bio about the author. So we got, it's like David May. Huge picture of the crystal ball with Eazy-E in it. Dedicated to Eazy-E. Bone Thugs and Harmony on the back. Wow, this thing's beautiful, man. This is what a surprising release for us to get. Just to see this artwork kind of in a different way after all these years. All right, let's grab the other record. All right. So once again, now the last one I showed you, I'm pretty sure Tyree was responsible for drawing that one as well. This one, I know he designed. I've seen his original art for it. The beautiful record again. Backside, Ruthless, original Ruthless. Man, this thing is nice. This thing is nice. VinylMePlease.com doing a great job. The inside, we have more artwork. Something pretty interesting about this artwork that we're gonna get into in another video. But we got some more artwork. I don't believe we've seen this artwork printed on anything like this. It's like we got some ancient ruins and maybe something pointing to them. I'm not really sure. But our friend destroyed it, so we have a destroyed version that I'm gonna put up there. This is a really cool package, you guys. I don't buy a lot of vinyl anymore. I know I bought that Creeping on a Come Up vinyl, and I don't buy a lot of vinyl anymore. But I had to get this one. Even if you're not a vinyl collector, I really, really recommend getting this. This is a beautiful package. What a great re-release. E.1999 Eternal. You can get this at vinylmeplease.com. You can become a member. You can get it as low as like $30. I think the non-member price was like $50. If you're a vinyl collector and a bone collector, this is without question worth getting. But even if you're not, even if you are just a bone collector, this thing is incredible. Incredible. The artwork, getting a chance to see this artwork like this, you know, these things that were on the disc, for instance, and things like that. Really cool. Really cool. And I love this front, seeing this high resolution front with this foil like this. Really cool. I highly recommend this for all our Beyond the Harmony listeners, for our collectors. Check this out. Again, it's vinylmeplease.com. Like $36 if you're a member, $50 if you are not. To get a re-release like this before its anniversary is awesome. Who knows what's going to happen once we have the big anniversary. We got 2024, the 30-year anniversary coming up of Bone Thugs and Harmony. 2025 will give us 30 years since Eternal, so we're getting this before the 30-year mark. Who knows what we'll get then? I co-sign this very, very heavily, though. I can't wait to frame some of this up. This artwork is just what I really was in this for. But I might have to throw this on a record player just to get Eternal on a record, just to hear it. I love what they did with the records themselves, not the standard black record. We got some really cool prints on that. So yeah, y'all, I just wanted to share this with you guys, do a quick video, let you know that we are back. We are back, y'all. Season 5 is upon us, Beyond the Harmony. Shout out my co-host, Jonathan Lippy. Shout out my co-host, Matt Weaver. And shout out our new team members that we have working behind the scenes. It takes a whole team to make the dream happen. We had the whole team on board for this one. Again, that's vinylmeplease.com. I am Cecil West, and this was a very, very special release from Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com. Get out there and get your hands on this Eternal now. Season 5, y'all. I'll catch y'all on the next one.
Beyond the harmony for the fans we celebrate. Uploading the videos every Thursday, so join us.
Disclaimer. We are regular guys who love to talk Bone Thugs and Harmony. We do not represent Bone Thugs or any Bone affiliate. We are also not Bone Thugs experts. The views and information you hear in this podcast may be based on personal opinion. Please feel free to leave corrections and clarifying information in the comments. And enjoy.
Beyond the harmony for the fans we celebrate. Uploading new videos every Thursday, so join us. Beyond the harmony for the fans we celebrate. Uploading new videos every Thursday, so join us. Beyond the harmony for the fans we celebrate. Uploading new videos every Thursday, so join us. Beyond the harmony for the fans we celebrate. Uploading new videos every Thursday, so join us.
What's up, y'all? It's Cecil S. Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com. Back again with the one and only
Jonathan E.1999, Lippy.
And he is the co-hosting, coast-to-coasting, come-up creeper, never sour, always sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Matthew Weaver.
And this is Beyond the Harmony Live, the undisputed, undefeated, #1 Bone Thugs podcast in the world. And today we gather to celebrate E.1999. E.1999. That's right. It's E.1999 Eternal's 30th anniversary. Happy birthday, boys. It's outstanding. There couldn't be.
99 time.
That's right. There couldn't be a better time than right now. We're back on tour. All 5 are live. Hollywood fucking walk of stars, whatever the fuck. Hey, this is a great time for the 30th year to drop. And I'm excited. When we had our last live and we were talking about, are we going to do something? Boy, I was so happy when we could pull this together so we could all be here together for 30 years of E.1999 Eternal.
And props to RC Thugs to that. I swear it was like a year ago. He was like, hey, next year is the 30th anniversary of East 99. You guys better prepare for it. He put in mad work trying to get us equipped for this. But tonight is for the celebration, for that in-depth stuff that RC did, just in case he's out there right now. All that's going to get covered in side videos, the special RC research. But tonight, this is Matt, Cecil, John Lippy, just doing a little retrospective on probably the greatest album of all time.
Probably the greatest album of all time. Definitely as Bone fans, we can say whether this is your favorite or it's your second favorite or whatever. There's always that debate, right? Something that all Bone fans, I think, can agree on is that this set it up what it was. As good as Creeping on a Come Up is, as much as we love it, as much as we like that sound, without this record right here, this sound, this artwork, this team, these songs, we may not be in the position that we're in right now for us all to be here 30 years later on a Bone Thugs and Harmony podcast talking about this album. This is the one. This is the holy grail of Bone Thugs and Harmony. And I'll tell you, I think you guys have heard me say this isn't even my favorite album as far as, when I classify what my favorite albums are from Bone. But when you say, hey, which album is the one? This is the one. This is the Bible. This is what we know. And this has been highly celebrated on this channel since the beginning, whether it was the artwork, whether it's the photographers, whether it's the hidden messages, whether it's the songs, the samples used in the songs, the producers, the engineers. This has been highly celebrated. So I'm happy that we're all here to celebrate it together. I'm hoping that we can do a bunch of things tonight. I'd love to have a bunch of you guys call in tonight. We would love to talk to you about E.1999 Eternal and your experience when it came out, what it was like leading up to it. Maybe we'll talk about some of the songs. We're really, you know what, chat? This is your celebration, baby. So you tell us in the chat what you want, and we're gonna make it happen. I do just want to say, you know, we'll get the regular stuff out of the way, right? We know this was released July 25th, 1995, the original pressing. That pressing featured 17 tracks. You know, we know it later went on to have 18 tracks. We spawned a bunch of singles from this, including First of the Month, East 1999. We had the Buddha Love Is, like, you know, street single. And of course, later on, we got the Crossroads. It did over 300,000 in its first week. We broke records. It charted everywhere. Australia, Belgium, Canada, Germany, you know, everywhere. In fact, I was just on BTH board or something, and somebody was talking about the AC version. And someone was like, what is the Crossroads AC version? And it is a copy of the Crossroads that is edited specifically for adult contemporary radio. And it's basically just an instrumental. And every once in a while, one of their vocals comes through. This fucking album was so big. And of course, you know, I don't want to make it of the Crossroads thing, right? We all know how huge that was. But this album with that song was so big that adult contemporary stations were like, we got to get our fucking hands on this. And they're like, well, you can't have this song on there. Fuck that. Cut a bunch of the stuff out, man. Let it play. People are calling, requesting it. So, outstanding time. We'll probably jump into a round robin of stories, and then I think I'm going to open the lines up for you guys to call. So if anybody's not scared, get your Zoom ready. We want you to call and we want to talk it. But I think you guys have heard my story before. If this is your first time listening, it looks like we got some new people to Beyond the Harmony. So first, let me just say, welcome. This is what we do, Beyond the Harmony Live. You were here. You might have checked out some Bone videos. You might have checked out some side content. But this is the main dish right here. This is what we do. And on this, I've talked about, you know, when I got into Bone, I had a babysitter. I was probably only like 11, if I do the math. And I remember she used to push Creeping on a Come Up. And it was cool. Like, I heard some of it, but like, I wasn't like in it, right? But she pushed it. But then, you know, this was released, and it wasn't even during the initial release, right? She obviously jumped on board again during the Crossroads push. And I remember during the Crossroads, that was it. This is all, every time my parents left and she was the babysitter, this is all that played. This is all it was. And until the point that I had to get it. And I remember getting my grandmother to bring me in that Cadillac to get my hands, you know, on my first copy of Eternal. I think it was a tape. And you know, there was nothing like it. What's amazing is, you know, we're talking that time frame. So I think that this was probably closer to the re-release with the Crossroads must have been closer to like Family Scriptures time. Because I remember not long after that getting Family Scriptures, and I think a bunch of you have heard my story on being like, featuring Bone, what the fuck is this, right? But it's like all this amazing music, and this was like my real introduction. Like, she tried to push Bone during Creepin', but I was too young, and then I got Eternal, and I got Family Scriptures shortly after that. And you want to talk about something that changed my life, the way that I listen to music, and more than that is, I don't know what the age range we have in here is, right? We usually have a pretty big span, which is amazing to say about Bone on itself, that there's listeners that are younger than late 30s to mid 40s, right? But I remember when we got that record or that CD or the tape, whatever you got it on, something that the kids don't get today, even with a classic, is that they don't get to go to that store, look through that rack, hope that it's there, that it's not sold the fuck out because it's been sold out and sold out and sold out, and finding it and not being old enough to buy it and getting somebody to buy it and getting that thing home and tearing the fucking wrapper back and immediately popping that thing in, and you just start reading the artwork. And if you'd ever had an album prior to this, artwork was so important. We all loved it. But when you got this, you were like, this is something else. This is more than just pictures and words and lyrics. Like, yo, what is going on here? What is all this? And I see people saying I'm 41, I'm 37. So at the time this came out, when you got your hands on it, you were so young. If you were under the age of 18, and even at 18, it was pushing it. But if you were under 18, your mind wasn't ready to wrap itself around what was happening. And I remember, now we know so much about this album, right? We just had that, we discovered the hidden letters on the beam, on the, 30 years later, we've discovered so much. But do you know the first discovery that we all made, every one of us, and it blew our fucking minds away, and it's the simplest one, was when you found Don't Give Props to the Devil, Believe in the Last Day, on the reverse side of the spine, and you thought that you were part of fucking National Treasure. You thought you were a code decoding just fucking genius. And you showed all your friends. You took the CD apart to show everybody that you could. And they had one of two reactions. It was either, whoa, holy shit, I've never seen that in my life. And they were also blown away, or they just didn't get it. And they were like, oh, cool, they printed something there too. Good for you, champ. But I remember that being the first thing. But it wasn't the last, because as we figured out that the reverse passage told us how to use the map, and the map gave us a phone number, and the phone number brought us to Eazy-E, our fucking heads exploded. This is a time that can't be recreated, because we now live in a society where we death scroll and we're numb to everything. But back then, when all we had was grandma's Cadillac and a ride to Sam Goody to pick this up and peel it apart and see Don't Give Props to the Devil, and to try to hold this CD in just the right light to see what everything on the CD said. And when that motherfucker first opened up and it was raining, you knew your life was about to change. That's how you kick off a show. Tell me, John Lippy, what Eternal was like for you.
Bro, off the dome, that was crazy, Cecil. First off, I got to give a shout out to Albo Army in the comments in the chat. Albo and I played Eternal so many times on the way to school together. Everybody putting out ages. I'm 46, so I was 16. 46 minus 30, that's 16. So I was right at the age of driving, but I delayed on getting the car because Albo had the killer Camaro, the white one, and Mo Murda would get played every week on the way to the school. But in the comments here in the chat, I saw somebody saying it's a 94, 95 album, and it made me think, I'm like, 94? Well, and then I started thinking, I'm like, yeah. And I'm wondering, to Cecil, between you and Lib21 sharing the magazine articles, have you come across any advertisements for East 99 Eternal that wasn't July 25? Because let me just say why. This whole week, and actually this whole month, when I've been thinking about, all right, this is the 30th anniversary, everybody's saying it's July 25. Every time that July 25 date hits my mind, it conflicts. I have this conflict. I'm like, yeah, man, but I remember going to Specs, Sam Goody. I remember finding a way to get a ride to the mall to buy the album before I hit 16, trying to get the album because it had an earlier date. There was an earlier date published somewhere, and the date kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And so, early viewers of Beyond the Harmony, you'll remember I made this video before Beyond the Harmony was even Beyond the Harmony about my experience going to the record store every week, trying to explain to a non-rap, in 95, rap still wasn't mainstream. It was still like this thing on the side. People will disagree, but come on, for real. We just recently got the rap section, maybe in the year 91. You used to have to go to the R&B soul section to get rap albums. And I'm going to the store. Most of the people that worked at the mall were all like into alternative, like Nirvana and stuff like that. And I'd be like, hey, do you have Bone Thugs and Harmony E1999 Eternal, and they didn't know what the heck I was talking about. They were like, what was, and by the third week I go in, they're like, dude, we don't know what the hell you're talking about. What is bone tongues? And they didn't even, the concept of the name. We're so used to saying Bone Thugs and Harmony for 30 years. But when that was a new name, and yes, Creeping on a Come Up was out, but Eternal comes very shortly after. These people at the record store had no idea what I was asking for. So eventually they say, hey, I don't know about no Bone Thugs and Harmony, but we got this Bone Enterprise CD. Maybe that's what you're looking for. And I look at it and I'm like, man, that kind of looks like Bone. There's only 4 of them. There's not 5. They're younger. How did they reverse age? And why does this cover look so ghetto? And why doesn't it match what the Source magazine had? And why is First of the Month not on it? But by the way, that single had came out on the box, and man, I played that so many times. I know this album came out in July though, because it came out before the school year started for my 11th grade. And but anyway, yeah. So I ended up getting Faces of Death, popped that fucker in, and I was like, "What is this?" You're expecting to hear First of the Month level Bone, and you pop that in, and you hear Flow Motion, flow, flow. You're like, "Dog, what did I buy?" But eventually the album came out. You know what? I don't even remember actually getting the final album because of the times having to go to the mall over and over again, walking away empty-handed. Actually, I never walked away empty-handed. I would always walk away with another album. One time it was Faces of Death. One time I think it was, can't remember what else, but I made sure to pick up something. But it was a delay. My point, and the question you, Cecil, is have you seen anything with a different date? Because I know there was a published date and that date kept getting pushed back. And that's why I wound up at the mall so many times. And that's why I wound up buying Faces of Death.
Okay, so I haven't seen anything with a published date. However, I do remember, I don't think it was K Chill. I think it might have been Diego Black when he was on the show. And he did confirm, if you remember, that they did on the re-release go out of their way to set it at the same time as E1999 Eternal. And for whatever reason, I don't think that's why Eternal's date got moved, but it gave Faces of Death a hellified pop. And Faces of Death, if you guys look at the Billboard charts for around this time, you'll find Faces of Death and E1999 Eternal are both in like the top 100. Faces of Death, Bone Enterprise, Faces of Death charted simultaneously with Eternal because it rode off the back. Genius move by Kermit. You know, a lot of people hate the guy, but that was a smart move, and Kermit definitely got the return on his investment on that one.
And let me just remind you, I called Stony Burke back in the day when I got that Faces. The level of confusion going through, we enjoy Faces of Death now, but dog, in '95 when you waited so long to get it, well, it really wasn't that long, but going from getting Creeping on a Come Up and then getting Eternal. By the way, I think I was upset that Eazy-E wasn't on any of the, like initially I was like, how come Eazy-E's not on this thing? But you wind up you show up to get Eternal, you come home with Faces of Death, and keep in mind, time went by so much slower back then. Right now, a week feels like a day. But back then, a week was like, man, it's a week. I got to wait another week to find out. And in those 10 tracks of Faces of Death wore on me. On top of that, I don't know if I told you this, so I must have. My group at the time, Lyrical Fusion, the rap group, then we were going to name our album Faces of Death.
Dave says, at Best Buy, Faces of Death was side by side with Eternal.
Wow.
Anyway, keep going. You were going to name LF Faces of Death.
Yeah, we were going to name, actually, we weren't even called Lyrical Fusion. We were called Underground Dwellers, but it's funny. We were going to call it Faces of Death, and then they called it Faces of Death, and we had a cow about that. We ended up having like this song on the album that was going to be called Faces of Death, called Shitty Surprises, and it was like a Bone diss track. I really wasn't mad at Bone. I was happy to get it, but everybody else was like, "Oh, let's mess with John's favorite group. Let's make him turn against his heroes." And so that's on the album. Yeah. So the album, I don't know if you realize this, but it was Underground Dwellers, Lyrical Fusion. We ended up naming the album. We were going to call it Fuck a Job. We were going to call it the song Faces of Death with Lil J that rips the. I hope he checks in our show one time. But it ended up being lyrical fusion. That's just a side story. It has nothing to do with, well, it does have to do with Bone, has to do with Faces of Death. One more memory, just to give you an idea of the time period, because at the beginning, Cecil's intro was kind of like trying to take you back to that time. I just know I remember bringing my boombox into my like into the shower into the bathroom. So when I took a shower, I always programmed Land of the Heartless to play at the beginning. Like I think I started it at track 10 and just let it ride from there. The Land of the Heartless was like my shower track. But it's the whole, oh, we got teenagers in the house. That's why you're hearing loud music coming out of the shower room. So that's how far I go. Now you guys might say, like, what are you talking about? I still bump my boombox in the shower. But I'm saying this was the actual boombox in the shower, blasting, disrupting the whole house with the showers. So yeah. Hey, Albo says we need a Final Toast listening party.
Chris, I want Chris Dinkins. Don't forget that. Let's come back to that later because that is important. So let's talk about that. We're not at that time of the show yet, but I love it. Let's come back to that. Let's go. Lippy with a great story was when Lippy was talking, and I was thinking back on what I said, and then what he just started to say. I also want to bring this up during my big grandstand, which thank you, by the way, it was right off the top. I just looked at Wikipedia and went the fuck in. Do you remember seeing Easy, like and on the front, and you would point that out to people too? Look, that's Easy E up in the window looking at him, right? That was such a cool thing to point out to people. You know, rap fans, not rap fans, it didn't matter. If they weren't rap fans, now you just had to explain who the fuck Easy E was. But if they were a rap fan, you were like, yo, did you see Easy E? Like, it's right there in front of your face. Like, of course people see him, but like, that was one of those things, like, don't give props to the devil, that you felt like, yo, this is next level.
Yeah.
And
it was the cover that kept giving. Yeah.
You know, it is. It is. And hopefully you guys saw during the pre-show, 30 years later, we've discovered the craziest shit about the cover that we didn't even know. But at the time, discovering these things was amazing. Matt Weaver, tell me about E1999 Eternal and how it came into your life and what it was like when you first experienced it.
Yeah, for sure, man. First, to all 73 people watching, shout out to everyone in the chat. Love to see everyone here to celebrate 30 years of Eternal. I think I normally don't like to talk about myself. If I'm sure you guys know that by now, right? But this is a story that it's a way to tell a story that's not really about me, that defines me. And so in a way, it's how I tell people about myself when I can. Like, I don't just go around talking to strangers, like, hey, you know, Bone Thugs and Harmony, you got a moment to talk about Bone Thugs and Harmony? And so, like, I don't remember a lot of, like, vividly from my childhood or whatever, but it must have been somewhere between 8th and ninth grade, probably. And my friend Richard and I, shout out to Richard, we've gone our separate ways, but maybe someday he'll see this, right? But he gave me the single, and we were hanging out at his house, and he's like, I think you'd like this. And we like dark stuff. We were into very, like, dark fantasy and, normal 8th grade boy stuff, right? And I remember how shiny it was, the skulls or like the runes on the single or whatever. And we were playing Doom on PC. And so I would put it in the computer I was using, and he'd be in a computer in the other room. And I just listened to it all day, like nonstop. And like I that was the first time in life I ever instantly latched onto something. Not that that's a big deal for a 12-year-old or whatever, 13-year-old, whatever, but I had never once in my life instantly gravitated to something ever. And I was like, oh, this is why people like music. Like, before that, I thought it, like, I was supposed, I couldn't figure out, why is Pearl Jam so popular, especially here in Seattle. Like, it doesn't move me in any way. And so I just thought music just wasn't my thing, even though a lot of people around me were musicians. And so, but it's like it hit me in the chest and the face at the same time. And he got sick of it real. He's like, Matthew, I gave that to you, that I passed that on. And we walked to the mall, which was way too far, and I acquired it through less than savory means, and took it home and just couldn't stop. But what I distinctly remember is it wasn't just Crossroads. Like I wasn't like disappointed. Like how many albums do you just listen to one song for back then, right? And so, or it became so much more special when the whole thing spoke to me, and when the whole thing felt like a hit. You know what I mean? And so, how often has that ever happened to you? Like your top 5 albums, probably, right? But I mean, you guys have all heard this story before, but I think the moral of the story is like, I don't really care about my birthday. I don't really talk about my birthday or celebrate myself in any way, but we are the sum of what moves us, or like that we've let in and become a part of ourselves. And I've had this since, you know, way more than most of my life. How many people can say that they have a passion that they've carried inside them and has always been there? I wasn't a human at 12. You know, I was barely, I was a little kid when I was 12. I was a stupid little kid. And so to have something that stuck with you that you never outgrew or moved past, or maybe even, dare I say, became more important over time. The older you get, the more you know what is and what is not important. So I don't know. And now you guys know concerts, music is it's my most important thing. It's what keeps me alive. And where would I be without it? So without Eternal.
The one of the things I don't think I've ever even pointed this out is it took me a while to transition out of Creeping on a Come Up into the East 99 style, because I Creeping on a Come Up is, I came in on that. I know not everybody out there is old enough to come in on Creeping on a Come Up, but I did. I wore that album out so bad. I loved every second of, well, I mean, Mochi's, whatever. I probably didn't play that all the time, but well, what's on that album? That was my thing. I studied it inside and out. And then getting Eternal initially, it was like, it was a different vibe than Creeping. A lot different. Like the spirit of Creeping on a Come Up and the spirit of East 99 is not the same. And I know, when we saw that 94, 95 thing, a lot of people kind of compare Creeping to Eternal, but I'm like, nah, those are different creatures. They're not the same. We are not the same. We are not the same. Not like us. They're different. They're different products to me. You could combine them. Like there's like a double disc where it's Creeping and Eternal, and Creeping being an EP is kind of like a maxi single to lead up to Eternal. But again, different vibe. There's arguments against that. There's Cecil's 10-day, 10-track theory. That if you've never seen that, go ahead and check that out. That's always remained legendary. But it took me a bit to get into the whole album of Eternal. Initially, first of the month was my thing, and then you branch off from there. Also, during that time period, there was the whole just push play phrase that didn't exist yet. So people just kind of like, took off of albums what you liked and then made mixtapes and whatnot. Even if you like a group, even if it's your favorite group, you didn't always listen to every track by your favorite group, other than like maybe Beastie Boy fans. But like Run DMC fans, you never saw them like, hey, I like the entire Raising Hell album. No, they like some tracks, not all of them. Eventually, Eternal, like when I say eventually, meaning like less than a year. Once the initial, and Cecil knows this, it takes me a while to, when I get used to one thing to transition to the next thing. It's a process for me, but it eventually happens. I'm just late. I'm always late. But so I don't, and I guess for Matt and Cecil, this may not be a thing for you. I'm just letting you know that going from Creeping to Eternal, it was a process. It wasn't instantaneous. It took a bit for me to fully accept the next album. And that might be a surprise to you, but that's what happened.
Let's pay a couple bills here. I just want to first say, if you haven't taken the time yet,
give this video a thumbs up. It's the quickest, fastest way that you can help us out. Shout out to everybody watching right now. If you give this video a thumbs up on your YouTube, it'll help bring more people in, so we appreciate that. We do have a super chat goal tonight. If you love us, you love what we do, you love Beyond the Harmony, feel free to hit that super chat button. We got a $500 goal tonight. Let's see how close that we can get it. I see we got a big guest waiting in the waiting room that I'm going to bring in. He's in there waiting because he's on Zoom. 733-570-6161. The password for tonight is capital eternal. So make sure you jump on Zoom so we can talk to you about this. I also want to say that tonight we're going to be doing a huge giveaway from our friends at Beatbox LLC. They sent us a very custom box. We're going to give away two things tonight. We're going to give away that box, and I'm going to tell you what's in that box here in just a moment. We're also going to give away a gold pin from the 25-year, 30-year anniversary box, and we're going to use the E1999 Eternal pin. We're going to give that away in the Beatbox. So whoever wins the main prize tonight in the Beatbox package, we got a signed poster from Smokey the Bandit from Flesh and Bone Global. We have a white and black Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt, a signed copy of Kane's album My Thoughts, a sealed copy of Busy Bone I'm Busy, and the very rare gold version of Busy Bone Carbon Monoxide. There's also a fire sticker pack in there. So somebody is going to win that, and then a runner-up is going to win the E1999 Eternal pin from the 30-year anniversary pin box. You can win this by being a member of the Skull and Crossroads Society. It's very, very easy to be a member on your screen. If you're not already one, it will say join now, or you can head over to beyondtheharmony.com and you can join right there under Skull and Crossroads Society. We have it on here. We also have a Patreon with additional levels and additional things that you can get. But tonight we're going to be spinning the wheel, and two people are going to win that. That's how we pay the bills here tonight. Waiting in the waiting room right now. He is a mother legend on many avenues. He is a musical legend in underground hip hop. More importantly to us, he has become a Beyond the Harmony legend. He's almost like the fourth dog. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show some love for our homie Cold Blooded. Unmute yourself. I've left the guy. I left him waiting so long that he's probably not here. We gave him that big boy intro.
Yo.
All right, we hear him.
Oh, I think I gotta mute my
there he is.
YouTube. All right, here we go.
We see him cold-blooded in the house.
What up?
What's up, man? We're talking E1999. We're talking about what it was like that first time.
Man, y'all made me take notes.
Let's go. Tell us about
you guys.
Your time.
I almost felt like John and Matt were almost getting a little emotional because, I mean, me personally, this album, it means so much to my life. Like, I started taking notes while they were talking because I was like, man, this was such a fucking wonderful time in life. Goddamn, where do I start? Like, I remember it being summertime, you know what I mean? And, like John said, coming off of, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Coming off of Creeping on a Come Up, I mean, I got in a lot of trouble during Creeping on a Come Up. So just that summer, I was pretty much grounded. I was in middle school and I was fucking grounded, and I got all my music taken away from me. It was terrible. And First of the Month hits the radio, and let me just tell you, in Los Angeles, that song got played so fucking much. And then if you had the box, the video just made it even worse. Like it just, you could not escape Bone even if you tried. Like that was just being constantly requested. Number one, it had summer vibes. I mean, First of the Month changed the rap game. Like, I think this was the moment. Like Thuggish Ruggish Bone, having Easy E. I mean, that was like moment one. That was the introduction. But this album proved that Bone had it. Bone had something that like most people just they didn't. No one was fucking with First of the Month when it dropped. And me being like half thug, half nerd coming up. For those that know, I was a huge Sega Genesis kid. And it's like, it was so familiar, but like we played it. And once we threw it back on and heard it, we were just mind blown at the samples that Eternals was using. And it's like my friends I grew up with, their parents were big soul music purveyors, so when we're hearing Earth, Wind, and Fire, we're hearing the I mean, this album was fucking mind blowing. Mind blowing. Like the sounds, the harmonies, like I could go on all fucking day. So thanks for having me, y'all. Thanks for everybody being here. I see it's up to
Go
84,
off.
I think.
Keep going.
Yeah, yeah. Um, like John said, the comparison from Creeping on a Come Up, which is just thugged out, like thugged the fuck out. We're talking Glocks, pop, block. East 99 has that too, but the harmonies and the hooks and again the samples of it was something to be reckoned with. I have never heard nothing like that in my life. The only thing that was even comparable at the time was Warren G and Nate Dogg. And that was in California. That was something hard to move. That was like Regulator was literally, you couldn't shake that, you know. So for Bone to come out here and like totally dominate the stations in LA, I think, and as far as influence, that's what made me take rapping seriously. Like I think Creeping on a Come Up made me want to be a rapper, but like it wasn't until East 1999 that I'll be like, oh, this style, these sounds, like it was just inspirational. Like I wanted to do the same thing. Like I wanted to feel a part of it. And like you said, from breaking down that's when I started learning about producers, because it's like I'm opening up this damn booklet so many times to look at the artwork and the map. And I'm starting to learn what a producer is and who DJ Unique is and all these names that I keep seeing over and over again just by looking at the booklet. So this album means a lot, and I am proud that we're all here and that it's like the 30th. I mean, I've seen Bone Thugs and Harmony live 50 times, and every time it's like it takes me back to that first time I heard Creeping on a Come Up, and then that following summer, East 1999, where it dominated music. I would say for a solid 4 years straight, I could think that from East 99 up through Art of War, like no one was touching Bone. Like
Well,
like
my question too, Cole, is since you were there for both, do you
yeah.
remember just the when I say shock, I don't mean like shock, but the like this your spirit shift, almost like an
Yes.
upgrade when when you saw First of the Month for the first time and you heard you heard Crazy's verse and you heard Busy's verse, both of them were we've heard them 10 gazillion times now, so it doesn't have the same impact. But those first times hearing both, even Lazy and Wish's verse, do you remember feeling like something changed, like it
Oh,
matured you, it changed your like
Hey,
insides?
real quick, I just want to say, if you're waiting in the waiting room, don't worry. We're going to get everybody in. We want to talk to everybody, so just be patient. Keep kicking it. We're going to get you in. Go ahead. Go off.
yeah, no, I do remember that vaguely. And also again, as a MTV kid, a BT kid, sitting there just waiting for like, is there any other videos gonna come off of Creeping on a Come Up? Because we didn't know. You had you knew the album was coming though. I used to read the source and all that. I remember the first advertisement. They said the album's on the way. Um, and then it's like first of the month hits Power 106 in LA or 92.3 The Beat. And if you're from out that way, you know that like anything that was anything was being premiered on like one of those two stations in LA, because the DJs were always cool with the rappers. Used to have exclusive DJ Quick stuff, exclusive Tupac stuff. So when they're like, this is the new single from Bone Thugs and Heart, and they play First of the Month for the first time, I remember, again, I was grounded. I couldn't go hang out with my friends. And I remember just playing it outside my window, just like, oh my God, there's a new fucking Bone Thugs and Harmony song, and it's the greatest fucking thing of all. And it's like we waited and waited. And like you said, we went to the mall. We didn't really have like a concrete release date. I couldn't remember exactly, and I just remember like going with family or something, coming back, and my friend had actually got it. And then this loops back to what you were saying. We go through the album the first time, and we're just like jaw dropped to the floor, like we just don't know what to believe. Like it's so much fuller than Creeping on a Come Up. It was such a bulk hit of like, I guess what you say, what, dopamine to the brain.
Yeah,
Like it was like, holy shit, what did we just hear? Like
buck to the brain. Send a pulse to the
and
brain.
and then get this, my friend goes, okay, let that sink in. but are you ready to open this? And he pulls out this yellow cassette tape, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? We're not listening to anything else. What are you bringing out? I don't want to hear nothing else. He goes, nah, you're gonna want to hear this, I think. And that flow motion starts, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, and it's like a second shot of dopamine to the brain, like, oh, and it's like we got all of Bone's history in one day, like where they started and where they arrived at the same time, like, and and again, it changed me as a person. It changed like just how I looked at life. Like I didn't care about any other artists after that. Like I mean, they were cool, you know, songs would come on the radio, but like Matt was saying, like, no, now I know why people love music, why everything crazy, busy, lazy, flesh, and wish were saying was like changing how I looked at life, how I thought about it. We became thugs in harmony. We became the Mo Thugs. We became like, you know, fuck everybody else. There's some they're not like the trues humbly united gathering souls. Like that's literally what it is. Like we all became that at that moment in time. Like
Yeah,
I
and
can
you know,
passionately say that.
did you? I never saw the first of the month single at the store. I got East 1999 single, but I never saw first of the month.
Yeah,
Th-
singles, I think you had to go to like Tower or Odyssey in those days because I don't think like Warehouse and Sam Goody necessarily like the single section would be there, but it would be like far and few, I would think, because I know that that's why some of those have those rare like versions of those singles. I know we had Thuggish Ruggish Bone because I know we were tripping off the remix, and then I know eventually we got For the Love of Money on CD,
that
but I don't remember seeing First of the Month until I think after Art of War, because that's when I first saw it at Tower, where I got the one that it had the round O with the picture in the middle.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
which single had the remix for East? See, okay, now I'm thinking about it. It was For the Love of Money single had the Thuggish Ruggish Bone remix that had the instrumental to East
Well, the East
99.
99 single itself was also, I remember seeing that being like, oh shit, that had a single. I had no idea because I thought that was only played on the box because I don't even remember MTV playing East 1999 that much, like not as
Yeah.
much as they did First of the Month. Like,
Yeah, no, same here. I always found like I was like, wow, they're putting out a single for East 1999. I was like, it makes sense. It's the name of the album. I'm like, but why not Eternal? And the cover though, I love that East 99 cover. And there was a full page ad in the source, and I remember pasting it out on the wall. And I can't remember, was the remix for East 99 on the CD single? Because I'm thinking I had it that far
it's on the
back.
single,
Like
yeah,
the
the
Last
last
Days
days.
one, yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
last days, yeah.
I remember preferring that because I think when I got For the Love of Money single, I wore out the instrumental for the Thuggish Ruggish Bone remix
With the East 99 beat, yep.
with the East 99 beat.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like I was like, man, I already heard
Well,
this
yeah,
beat.
because back then we probably played Thuggish Ruggish Bone more times because when that was the only Bone song at one time, that you know that was a time in itself.
Yeah. Dog,
What else
that
did I
remix.
write here?
Which
Was
did you like better? Real quick, Cole. Which did you like better? The East 99 album cut or the remix, the Last Days remix that was on the
I think it's the same effect. The Last Days remix had this like darker East 99 type like feel to it, and like you said, you had already like wore out the original version, and as us Bone fans, it's like even on tape, it's like I ruined. You want to talk about buying multiple albums? I had to buy multiple tapes up until about Art of War because I didn't have CDs until about Art of War. So I wore out tapes. I snapped them. I rewound them. They got what the fuck would happen? They'd get all crumpled up or twisted. You got to take a pencil and fucking fix them and all that shit.
Hopefully.
Like
it,
yeah,
it,
hopefully. My face is my original red foil Races of Death. I was like an idiot. I'm fixing it with the door open and wind blows and it blows the reel down the stairs. There goes
look
Faces
what
of
the wind
Death.
blew in.
Yeah,
right.
look what the wind blew in.
We're gonna keep cold blooded in here for a second. Let's bring Motorola Moto G 5G in. That way they're not waiting longer.
Oh, yeah.
Cold blooded's gonna kick it all night. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
kick it
for
with us all
sure.
night, Cole.
One more thing though, for all my smokers out there though, just so I don't. This is the only last thing I had to say about this album. This is when I learned that I wanted to smoke weed, bud smokers only. I'm not saying Bone influenced it directly, but I was already curious. I had already had friends bumping Cypress Hill and fucking shit like that. And it's like Bud Smokers Only and Buddha Lovers solidified my love for the trees. Cause goddamn, that album changed my life. Like, period.
Did you later on make, like, I made the weed mixtapes out of all the Bone songs and
Oh
had,
yeah,
like,
we have before even DJ Unique put his
yeah.
out. We had the official, more expanded editions,
Yes.
time and time again.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Motorola Moto 5G, I got you in here. You gotta unmute, light yourself up, or we'll be back in Cold-Bloodedville. If you guys want to call in the way Cold-Blooded
y'all
just
at?
did, all you got to do is hop on Zoom. Meeting ID is 733-570-6161. The passcode is all capital Eternal. Jump in here and talk with us like the way I thought Moto G was. Moto G, I'm giving you a couple more seconds, and then we'll see you at the crossroads.
Yeah, you're on mute, Moto.
Yeah. Hop
I gotta
in.
check.
Shout out. I think we've only got one super chat in here, but we appreciate it. It was a big $20 super chat. If you're feeling generous, go ahead, hit that super chat. There's a bunch of other ways that you can hook it up as well. You can go over to streamlabs.com/beyondtheharmony. Got a bunch of donation options there. You can hit our Patreon. You can hit our Cash App is Beyond the Harmony 1999. You can hit our PayPal. Shit is bananas.
While you're trying to reel Motorola in, I'll throw a question for Cold out there. And actually, this is for the whole chat. How many times, because Cole brought up the cassette tapes, how many times did you buy Eternal? And I want to put the caveat in there. That movie Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson and Julia Roberts, he kept buying Catcher in the Rye all the time. Whenever he was at a bookstore, he couldn't figure out why. I bought Eternal so many times, and I had it. It wasn't like I didn't have it. I just kept buying it. I was like compelled to continue. To this day, I'm still buying freaking Eternal copies. And I remember the one that I don't even believe I'm telling the truth here, but I looked it up. It's true. I went to Circuit City, like the last year Circuit City existed, to get the Nintendo GameCube when they first dropped the price to $99, and it came with the Zelda collection. They had East 99 was still selling. East 99 was still selling. And it even had its own like stand, and this is in the 2000s. And there was a stand at Circuit City, and it was a copy of Eternal that had both Crossroad and the Crossroads on it.
Yeah,
and I think it came packaged with Creeping on a Come Up as well. And I don't remember if I must have bought it. I must have gave it to Albo in the comment. Albo Army. He's the one that probably got it from me.
I believe Ruthless did a great job of distributing that multiple companies with and also the greatest hits. If you notice at that time, that thing seemed to pop up a lot of places too. Like even like when CDs were on a downturn, I think the greatest hits still sold like what, 1 million or something like that.
Oh yeah.
And that just shows the power of, again, even if you bought Eternal 1 million times or Creeping on a Coma, it's like, oh, greatest hits, that has all the songs I like, buying that again too.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Because I've scratched, because remember CD scratch. So that's another reason. I've had them in cars, laying on seats, let people borrow them, they get a fucking scratch on it, so I probably bought it more times than I can remember.
And for those that don't like, for the crazy people that want to be crazy Eternal collectors, there's over, I think, 50 different editions of Eternal that was released. I had 5 of them, I think, in my possession. There's some guy on YouTube, he had a video, he had like 12 editions. So
I think Marco has like 7 or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Like the sealed ones. Like,
wow.
Yeah. And he was showing me the shit. Like, I didn't even know about like the red box on Creeping on a Come Up type shit. Yeah, like
the print, the color of the text is different on the and this right here, the executive
producer, red around the letters. Yep.
So you could like, once you get enough different editions, you start to notice like, and they move the barcode around.
We got a different Motorola person in the waiting room now. The other one just can't get in here. Let's admit Motorola Moto
Where
G
you at?
number 2. See if we can get this one in.
Round 2.
Let's go. If you want to join the Motorola Beyond the Harmony Fun, meeting ID 733-570-6161 on Zoom. Password is Eternal. Come kick it with your boys. All the Motorola guys seem to be oh, wait. I see a mic. You almost got this.
There we go. I hear something.
Hey,
Hey,
Y'all will
you
be
hear
on the
us?
Harmony and Cold Blooded. We can't see you, but we can hear you. What's happening?
hello.
Hello. Oh, that was you.
Yeah,
He's on mute now.
I'm trying to
Motorola,
get.
you're on mute.
All right, suckers. Motorola's are having a hard time tonight.
Hard time hustling.
Figure it out and come back, and we'll talk Bow and Eternal with you. Everybody else, man, jump in. Let's talk about it. I see a lot of people. Shout out in the chat, man. The chat is going crazy. I see so many people that we always deal with, man. So much love in here, and so many new people too. S. Perez is in here. Joe Cal's in here. Daddy Locks is in here. I saw other people. I saw Cody Hillier in here earlier.
Cody.
Hopefully he's still in here. I saw Justin Mayo earlier. A lot of people in here tonight, man. It is really we
Hey,
celebrate
shout out to the newcomers.
Yeah.
If this is your guys' first time here, welcome. This is Beyond the Harmony. Some wacko Bone Cult fan members, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna hear the wackiest, craziest Bone fans here.
Chaos
I got
Bone in the
something.
house.
If I can add something
Yeah.
for younger folks, if they remember, so when Migos came out, right? You had the talk of mumble rap, right? So for all my OGs, when East 1999, probably creeping on a come up as well, but when East 1999 dropped, how many of your like peers and friends in school were kind of like, man, I how can you listen to that? I don't know what the fuck they're saying. Like, what is that? That's not like they were so kind of like there was a huge group of people, like you said, rap wasn't mainstream yet. So it's like you're introducing this like high speed rap, and folks are like, what the hell is that? Like,
Yeah, and for me, I grew up on the East Coast. And
right,
so
boom bap central.
Yeah, so the
like,
hip hop that was peeking through, right, was totally different in this time.
Right.
And it's like too, I look at my age at that time around Eternal, so it's like I don't even know if at the time, right, there was only a couple rap genres. This would have definitely been considered like gangster rap. Now we have 2 million subcultures under rap, right? But back then it was like we had like fucking 4. And I think that the more mainstream fun shit was probably like the hip hop that the kids my age were listening to. And then when I got into Bone, this wasn't, again, pre the CROSSROADS, right? Because when the CROSSROADS dropped, everybody became a fan. But I think before that, trying to get people to really understand it, where I was at was tough, like the CROSSROADS cool, but like I don't know, man. It has always been one of those things where it's like you either love Bone or you don't get it, There, the once in a while you get somebody in the middle like, oh yeah, they're cool, but like you either get this to the point that you're a mega fan or you're just like, yeah, what the fuck are they saying?
Right, it's such a contrast, right?
We
That's
didn't
why I
have
asked.
to know.
Because
we didn't have to know, right? Like we, even without, and I say this when I hear music in other languages and shit like that, but I'm like, you don't have to know everything someone's saying to know they're saying it well. So for the people around me that like didn't understand Bone, I was like, I don't understand every word either, but I know they saying it better than anyone's ever said it. Like, how is this not the most riding shit you've ever heard? Compared to, again, on my side, like the boom bappy New York style Wu-Tang was everything at my high school. Wu-Tang was fucking life. Everybody had a Wu-Tang, and I was the only one that was just like, Wu-Tang's cool, I guess,
But Cecil, how did you feel about Gravediggers when they came out? Like, did the horror core of it and the flatliners
because like
appeal?
I would say at that time, like it wasn't I didn't see like the Bone shit as horrorcore, and like the more the comparison between Bone and 3 6 Mafia was always weird to me because it was like I never got on the Bone was really evil train. Even some of the shit they're saying like Mo murder, like I was like, yo, 3 6 Mafia is actual evil shit. I'm not looking for this shit right here. For whatever reason, I never really felt like Bone was. So like Gravediggers and shit like that, I'm like, this is This is creepo shit. You know,
Oh,
a horrorcore.
so you didn't have the 6 feet deep, like, because as we're talking about this, I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, here's really what it was. What was I having to compete with all my friends to play? Because friends are hanging out all the time. Everybody wants to play what they want to play. So some of them want to hear Wu-Tang, yeah, like Rob G. He's going to want to hear the Raekwon album, I think, dropped at that time. Or I remember the Gravediggers album was played a gazillion. Cold Blooded had mentioned Warren G, but really I was the only one playing Warren G's whole album. I thought his like rhymes were kind of, but anyway, but it was Gravediggers, it was Wu-Tang, Biggie's Ready to Die had
like
dropped.
Everything here.
And even Das Effects with their second album was like killing it at the time. They're the ones I think that created the concept, the real hip hop. Do you remember when that came out? Das Effects with the real hip hop. And I don't know if it's J. Rue the Damager. But there was like a lot of competition at the time. Even Fu-Schnickens came out with Breakdown. And keep in mind, Chip Fu was rapping faster than Bone was. So like I always wondered, I was like, all right, how does
wiggity type stuff? Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? Chip Fu in like 2018, he dropped a track called Fibonacci, and he structured his verse in the Fibonacci sequence. So like it's like 1 + 2 and 2 + 1 and the whole sequence. So kind of like doing iambic, haikus and them kind of shits out like 5.
Is that who
7,
I think
5.
it is? Is that guest who I think?
Hey,
it is?
everybody!
Oh, yo, it's going down, dog.
Hey, so any SIBO fans there out here? I got the birds in the kitchen.
Oh shit.
Dog.
I want to say a couple things, and I got to get back to work. Fucking John going to fucking the mall, okay? So how many times did motherfuckers get burnt at this fucking at the mall?
Bro.
Dog Pound Posse, what else? Juvenile Hell, Mob Deep, Dre Dog, all
and
this
Dr.
fucking shit.
Concrete Roots. Dr. Dre, Concrete Roots. Bullshit.
Yes. And I can go on and on.
Yeah.
How genius is Eazy-E? And okay, so with the EPs, doing Creeping on a Come Up first as a teaser, it's a double-edged sword because some people that I knew only like that Creeping on a Come Up sound. They only like that yellow, that fucking that almost NWA kind of sound instead of where they went with it. But it's still genius. It was a fucking teaser and it got everybody worked up. It worked with 187 It worked with 5150, and rest in peace, fucking Eazy, because the album that came out after that was basically a half-ass effort, but it was still good.
Yeah, straight up Streets of Compton.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a classic, but just to let you know. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, bro. Dog, what tracks did we? I remember we played Mo Thugs all the time on the way to school, but I know Mo Murder was always cranking with your speakers. We always switched over to MC8 Death Threats and Cypress Hill's third album. But what tracks?
Cypress Hill 3 is the shit. That was pretty much the rotation. I would throw in some other shit sometimes. You were really feeling the Mo Thugs 1 album. I was more of a fan of the second one, right?
Mm.
The second one just had a bigger package. I don't know. But you really like that first one.
Yeah, dog. And just the crazy thought, not to derail out of Bone. I was with Albo Army the day Tupac was announced dead, and we drove through Cooper City, listening to Me Against the World. The Me Against the World album, thinking like, hearing the lyrics, and we're like, bro, wait, what's this dude talking about? My every move was a calculated step to bring me closer to embracing early death, and we're like just driving, thinking like, what's going on? But
what a great fucking album too.
Yeah, but the Mo Thugs, but I guess this is Eternal. We did play Eternal, bro. Like I think it was Mo Murder. Did we play anything else? Like I just remember Mo Murder just breaking my eardrums in your car.
It's weird with Eternal. Like I don't remember getting a CD, and that CD must still be getting printed in other countries, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. I was it you? I know you like dude, I Ready for War. I know this is Art of War, but we were at Reen's crib and Art of War just dropped and you go, hey, and we were playing pool. You go, yo, did you hear Art of War yet? And I was like, yeah. And you go, we rap it, but still we acted like criminals. And the way you said it, I was like, oh, I gotta hear that shit as soon as I get home. But yeah, I think you also turned me on to Eternal. Because I think the
I'm a big fan of that Art of War album. Like I have an argument with some of the people that I fuck with on YouTube about what's better, Eternal or Art of War, and I go back and forth, because Art of War had so many fucking bangers on it.
yeah.
Hey,
And it was our senior year. What's up, Cecil?
I just want to say real quick because I see them all in here. The place is going fucking crazy. Shout out to Brian Ghost. Shout out to RC Thugster that's in there. I think we already shouted out Joe Cal. I see Joey Cutlass TV in here. Jordan Corey's in here. Sorry, I just so many people are in here tonight. This is star-studded tonight. Keep going.
Yeah, let me see where I could throw you off. Dog, bro, I think you were with us when we did the Ouija, right? In the fucking scary back room in the the guest bedroom. Were you with us? Or it was I think it was 808. It was me. I think you were there. Were you there? Maybe you weren't there. I don't know. But dog, what's your favorite track then, and what's your favorite track now from Eternal?
Albo looks frozen.
Oh, was he? Okay.
Looks frozen.
Well, I guess I'll pose that to you guys, and to the chat. What was your take time to think about it. What was your favorite track from Eternal in '95?
KB, if you're talking, you look muted.
Damn, how the hell?
There you go.
And then
You're good now.
change.
Oh,
But I saw you
are we
talking.
gonna talk about Everyday Thing and Shoot 'Em Up? Because in my opinion, between Eternal and Mo Thugs, there was this like you didn't know if you were gonna get any more Bone just yet, and then you get like, hey, Bone's on this soundtrack, and you're thinking like, oh, it's probably just like Thuggish Ruggish Bone or For the Love of Money or some shit, and then you get it, and you're like, wait, this wasn't on the album. What the fuck is this? Like,
we're gonna while we talk about that, we're gonna bring in Larod's S23 Ultra. Everybody calling on their phones tonight.
Nice.
John, that felt like a you question Cold Blooded asked about. You love talking about those songs.
Yeah. Oh. Well, the first memory that comes to my mind with Shoot 'Em Up is all the comedians talking about, hey, you ever listen to a Bone Thugs and Harmony song? It sounds so sweet and so friendly and so nice, and they're talking about killing you and chopping you up and dumping you in garbage dumpsters. And I remember a whole bunch of comedians doing that at the time. And then the first of the month, they're making welfare carols. But yeah, and then Everyday Thing, as I always say, is to me, in my opinion, and I think when Cecil and I did the question of the day, Everyday Thing is the ultimate Bone Thugs and Harmony sound of a song of the whole collection. I think when people think of the East 99 style, I think they're actually referring to Everyday Thing. I could be wrong, but to me, when I think the essence, like the most Bone song is that. Cecil had a better point. He was like, nah, it's Hydro, it's Ghetto Wine. Which, yeah, I give you that.
I think it's the five-manness of those songs. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That that type of thing is, I think that was
because
just
Hydro has the same thing. It's a five-man thing that you're definitely noticing a little more so than just a three-man thing or one main and some backup.
Well, what makes it smart is it wasn't new. Our parents grew up watching the Temptations sing as five motherfuckers, right? But for this, for hip hop, like this was like brand. So they took something they grew up on watching happen, and they just did it. But for hip hop, it was like, this is unbelievable. Are these five motherfuckers all, singing and coming in and in different,
Yeah.
That's crazy shit, And I mean, and again, when you don't take the time to think back to that time frame. When you just think of now, it may not seem as special because we have so much. But when you go back to that time frame that we were in and you think about Bone doing that multi-harmony, just that was like, bro, what are we seeing? We are witnessing greatness.
Somebody pointed out in the chat about the introduction on how many people probably missed the introduction because they might have just skipped the intro. And now that it was brought up, I do think that I've skipped it and then went back and heard it by accident and said, wait, where's this track? And I think I went through the whole CD like, yo, where's that song? And then I eventually found it on the intro, and I swear it was months later, and it felt like getting another new Bone song. I'm like, oh, there's a song on this
The
intro.
Introduction is the name of the song, which was kind of rare when you think about it, because it's got this long build up. So you know, I could see that happening.
I wonder if it was like a separate track on its own, if that would be praised higher than it is. I mean, it's everybody that's heard it. It's one of their favorite Bone songs of all time, and that one I think ranks in what we're talking about there, Cold, with the essence of the ultimate Bone tracks. But I think a lot of people missed that track, including myself initially, and then find. I think I heard I think I just let the CD play, and then I couldn't re-find it initially. And again, keep in mind, 95, we have internet minds now, but in 95, we were all Neanderthals, and the paying attention to detail, nuance, specificity, none of that stuff exists, at least in my world back then. It's in my world now, but not then. You know what I'm saying?
All right, looks like LaRod's trying to get back in. Let's see.
Y'all gotta call in. I can go all day. I'm like these guys. No.
All right.
There we go.
It's
I also,
working.
while that's coming, I also think Cold hit it on the head with the sound of Regulate. Like not
Right,
getting a full
Regulate,
album of Regulate.
like a
Like,
sample being flipped into a harmonic hip hop song. I think Regulate's the only one like that Bone had any, and on the West Coast especially. I think that's another factor. I think 3 6 Mafia and Twista and them, while they were making noise in their time, they didn't have the Eazy-E like introduction to the West Coast that Bone had, and that just pretty much put them on a different level, because I think that's why they maybe that's why even some of the silly beef with the Ruthless Death Row even kind of went their way, was because I know they were outselling a lot of West Coast artists, and they had just kind of stepped in the room. Like,
I just want to say all the cool AI shit you've made, and you got the grainiest, dirtiest, like fucking scan of Eternal in the background.
You know what it is? It's because I think Zoom stretched it out, but that's from literally just my music folder. I think I just like threw it in there.
All right, we finally got him in. It looks like maybe LaRod, you on with Beyond the Harmony. Who do we got?
LaRod from North Florida.
What's happening,
Yeah,
bro?
I done been here before.
We know,
Yep.
we know. What's
Yeah, man, I
happening?
remember you. Yeah.
What you got for us
Indeed.
tonight?
We got Bone Thugs, and so
We do, man. We're talking E1999 Eternal. I
That's
want to
right.
know what it was like the first time. I want to know your first experience with it. Did you get a CD? Did you get a tape? Did you go to the store? How'd you
No.
hear it?
all right. So the first time I heard it from not front to back, but from the start of the CD to the end was from an auntie, and she had in her Ford Escort, a black Ford Escort, and she had a CD, and I just threw it in the CD player while my parents was gone, and I was overwhelmed, at the beautiful sound of Bone. So,
Overwhelmed
You
is the right word.
well, not overwhelmed, but just mesmerized by the sound, and that was like this is when CDs first became like what I'm trying to say, just
Yeah, it became like
First-
the thing, the main.
Yeah,
thing we were
yeah,
using.
yeah,
the main
yeah.
media.
And-
Yeah.
and it was awesome just looking at the CD, looking at the design and the because it was a chrome CD that had little bones, and I was just mesmerized with anything Bone, it just I can't get the words, like anything Bone just attracted me to it.
Yeah.
So
Don't worry,
Yeah.
bro. We know you struggling to say it because everyone struggled to say it
Yeah.
for 30 years.
Yeah.
Exactly what
Yeah.
that magic was compared to
Yeah.
everything else.
Right. If I see a magazine, I will rip that section out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I will steal it. You know what I'm saying? I will see if I see them, I will steal it. And I probably got a stash somewhere with a bunch of clippings and stuff. So you all right?
Well, did you have the seat? Like, do you remember? Did you ever find the message on the inside that don't give props to the devil and believe in the last days on the
Yeah. I looked at all of that.
the, the,
I
the
even tried.
when you first seen it though? Were you like, what? It's
Yeah, it was so cool. I even tried to apply that to my life, but it was just a bunch of gibberish. It was just a bunch of gibberish.
Yeah. And did you find like did your favorite track on the album change like as the year would go on, or did you stay with like a favorite? Because I
Well,
know mine changed like each month
uh,
something different
yeah,
would happen.
yeah. So it still changes. Let's see. The Crossroads was always my favorite. That's what really attracted me, anyways. But um, Stalking Jack, not Stalking Jack, Smoking Jack was that one.
The sequel,
That
yeah.
was
Crept from the
yeah, that
King.
was uh, yeah. So that one was always because I like to hear Flesh's verse and also Wish's verse on that that record.
Speaking of Wish's verse on, and I'll try to help you remember it if you don't remember it. On the song Eternal, did it bother you that Wish's verse ended abruptly? Like it didn't make it all the way to the where the chorus is, keeping him on the run with him in shotgun. So he says,
Shout out
that's
Kevin Starks in the building.
yeah, something that's bone, and then the beat, dun, 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 keeping up on the run with a shotgun. Wish's verse like ended before it was supposed to end, and actually this goes to anybody. Even I wonder what Cole thinks about that too with musical theory. Did it bother any of you guys that Wish's verse like didn't make it all the way to where the chorus is? Like in a way, it's
Bro,
genius because I love that.
you know this isn't the first time you've brought this up on this fucking show.
Yeah, it's on our question of the week. We talked about it. But I don't know if everybody's seen that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's he was talking about Crept and We Came. And he
I
was saying
gotta
that
go
wish
back and
and
listen
flesh.
to it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
gotta go back and listen to that.
I ain't gonna lie, until like probably the late 2000s for me, Bone could do no wrong. So anything they chose to do, I looked at it as like, well, that's a choice, but they're doing it because they the motherfuckers that do
Right,
this shit.
right,
Like
right.
yeah, and dude, I'm not knocking it. Like I just when I would hear it, oh, because at the time, we were making songs, so I was like, all right, you got to make your bars make it to the chorus. And which is just like, and I've known where you write a verse and you think you wrote enough bars and then you try it out and then it doesn't make it there. And I'm like, yo, I guess nobody wanted to tell Wish like, yo, you got like one and a half more bars you need. And I think nobody had the balls to say Wish. Maybe he was like, nah, exactly like that. That's how it's supposed to be. And it does sound cool the way it came out. It's just every time I hear it, I'm like, there's still one and a half space there, bro. You ain't gonna
So
fill all that space. You're gonna leave us hanging. So that's always been my thought on his
I
verse
got
on
a
Eternal.
question. I got a question. How long will it take to make an album?
It just depends. I
Oh
think
yeah,
Busy did an album in one day one time.
right. So Bone started that album, this last album in February.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. When did they begin recording?
Well, this
Okay,
this is always what okay, this is always what's interesting and I see a lot of debate over.
okay.
The claim has always been from Bone that Eternal had been written long before it was recorded. Okay.
right.
And
Yeah.
us as
That's true.
fans, a lot of people highly dispute that because when you compare Faces of Death to Eternal, or even let's say Creeping on a Come Up, you're like, yo, there's a night and day difference. You're trying to convince me that you wrote Down 71 around the same time that you wrote Def Dick. I'm not buying it. This doesn't seem to make sense. But they're saying they turned Eternal out so quickly because most of those songs were already written. I guess the other thing that is always disputable is the time frame that Faces of Death was actually written. But we do have a copy of the master tape from like 93. So the time frame, I don't know. I think there's a lot of debate there because again, they say that was written so long before, but when we compare styles, man, Eternal seems very different than Creepin' and certainly different than Faces of Death. But what I will say is Down 71, I believe, is a Creepin' on a Come Up track originally. Oh, yeah. And then they changed that beat, and it's amazing how much a beat change can happen. Did anybody hear? I talked about it once. The Lucky Lou remixed Faces of Death, but he used like current beats, like Eternal and shit like that. And you have a brand new respect for these songs. You're like, yo, yeah, this is a totally different song now that I'm hearing it with a beat that doesn't suck shit. And so it is possible. You know, for a while I thought it was impossible that Eternal was written so far, you know, before they're saying, but that beat change is everything.
All right, yeah. That's a good point. But I was making a point for more current times, but we can stay with E.1999.
Now for more current times, I mean, shit.
Well,
yeah.
Well,
so
they don't treasure the album now the way that we did in the 90s.
Do you think they should be talking about more about this album right now being released?
Oh,
now?
like the one they're working on with Greenback?
Yeah.
Well,
definitely they should be. But if it's not done, what are they going to put out?
Yeah, if it's not done, I think, and I could be wrong because I was wrong about the DJ Paul Crazy Bone tape.
Yeah.
You know, yes. I thought for sure we were going to see the heaviest campaign at Versus, and it didn't happen. Yeah. But my assumption is right now what we're waiting for is this Thuggish Ruggish Mafia tour. For them to really start to push this. It looks like, you know, I saw Busy's got some solo shit coming up, so it looks like they're wrapping up engagements. It looked like some shows that they had planned well before all this just got canceled, and I think that they probably interfere with something bigger happening. So my guess would be an album can't be too far back. I know that they were kind of babying it a little bit, trying to figure out the right people, but you know, we got that single. What I want to see, we don't even need an album right now. We need just a video for even for all shit, and it would buy some time for that.
Yes.
A really good video, no AI shit, no weird shit, something really like snapping that shows them in full force. Like,
well, the album covers was weird shit, you know, for
well,
shit, so you know.
Well, obviously they had that song with it leaking so many times. I believe they just needed to get it out there and wrap it up. Like, yeah. I think we should get a new single, hopefully, before the tour, though.
By the way, RC points out that December 1994, they wrapped recording for Eternal, and he says he's got the receipts for it. And it's probably sitting in our Google Drive. And I'm sure when I complete the series, the 18 video series on the Eternal retrospective compiled by RC, we will hear all of those trivia tidbits.
Okay, hold on. So say that again. What was the date? He says Eternal completely wrapped by what point?
Yeah, so he says E1999 Eternal finished recording December 1994. I got receipts.
Okay, and I believe him. Anybody that wants to go against RC Thugsta with receipts, boy.
No, but Cecil.
I'm the only one here.
Yo, Cecil.
Yeah.
Yo, so to back up what you're saying about tracks, like, you know, recorded earlier, like say during Creeping on a Come Up, I do believe that, like, take Thuggish Ruggish Bone, for instance, the intro that got cut that we all eventually heard of, it's the Thuggish Ruggish, that like more aggressive, like in the studio sound, Down 71 had it, yada yada. I think that's
Joe
like,
Cal, $100 super chat. Shout out to fucking Joe Cal.
Nice.
Joe Cal in the house.
You think that maybe possibly after First of the Month, which was the more harmonic sound, in a way, do you think that Ruthless possibly had them polish other songs and basically just like kind of
Y-
radio them up a little bit
yeah.
compared to their original like thugged out persona? Like,
Well, I think that if you remember them talking, they were so hungry to record that at the time that they did Creeping on a Come Up, I certainly don't think that those were the only songs that got done and they said, okay, those are done. Those are the ones that are
right.
going. I
They
think
probably
they,
recorded like 50 fucking
yeah, I think
songs.
they
Like,
did a
yeah,
ton of shit at that time. And then they probably said, these are the most polished, or, because it was like, For the
yeah,
Love of Money was really easy to pop out. That was somebody else's song
right,
from Ruthless, right? They pulled the
right.
motherfuckers off. They put Bone on. The song
For
was
all we
fucking
know,
done.
that probably had a different beat and they swapped it for that one because, again, BPM, tempo, and all they had to do was just match it.
Well,
Like,
well, there was probably a bunch of songs. Those ones were the most polished, or the ones they felt, would whatever. On that other thing that I talked about, the 10-track theory, we kind of went over Down 71 and Buddha Love is
right.
being definitely done around the time Creeping on a Come Up was. So we probably had a bunch of Eternal songs during Creeping, because this time frame is so squeezed. Think about it. He's saying December of 99, Eternal was done. Or 94 rather. You had Creeping on a Come Up came out when in 94? It's like it's got to be what, summer, middle, some shit. So that you had to have overlapping time frames, not to mention you would have had Faces of Death out in 93, and it's very disputable the timelines on that. A lot of people are like, oh, they recorded that for years and years and years, and we've proven that's not true because they didn't have studio time to fuck around with like that. Studio time was like very expensive. So it's like these things all went boom, 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 back to back to back. We probably had a lot of Eternal. And think about this. Mr. Bill Collector would have had Eazy-E on it at one point.
Right.
He was cognitive enough to like be a functional
So that's
part of that song.
93, 94. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had to write a verse and be functional. Somebody brought up Sleepwalkers earlier. And even though I always argue that I don't believe that Bones verses were recorded at the same time as Eazy's, I'm sure there really was there was a reason that didn't get put out or whatever, but I'm sure that they were recording that together. So that had you got to be mid 94 for that to be real, right? Late 94 at best.
Right.
When did Eazy get really sick?
Um,
I mean, he had obviously died by July of, so it's all squeezed in really tight. It's interesting when you think about it. And again, I'll bring it back to what I said earlier about the beat switch. It's like, is Flow Motion a banger? Like, and it's dope, don't get me wrong, but like, it's not like an eternal banger. But is Flow Motion an eternal banger if it was recorded on a DJ Unique beat in a real studio? Is that a fucking banger? With real, you got to remember too, when they did Faces of Death, there was no direction. They didn't have a DJ Unique or an engineer saying, hey, do this, do that, change this, say it this way.
just a bunch of friends recording in the garage.
So is that a banger in the right circumstances? And it's not as it's not as bad as we think it is. And when I say bad, obviously I'm saying that loosely. We just know Faces of Death, like it's not what the other albums are, but could it have been in the right circumstances? Who knows?
Right. Hell yeah.
All right, who do we got? We got RC Thugster's going off. Let me see.
I realized I was on mute all the time. To answer your question, Cecil, think about how many interviews Crazy Bones performed. Well, Crazy Bone is bucking in once again. So people like that, and that,
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure it really could have been.
and Byron points out that the same verse was on the Points from Panther soundtrack.
Yeah, for sure. Right, and it did bang on that, right? When you hear Crazy Bone come in the Points, that's a great point. No pun intended there. That's a great point, that when he comes in on that track, you're like, oh shit, Crazy Bone he just stole the show. What a song too. Somebody brought up the points earlier in the evening, and that time frame as well. Like, what a great time for Bone to get to split a verse together and just show and prove on an all-star cast, because that had to be their first real all-star song, was being on the points with that many heavy hitters.
Did you ever look up Busy Bones lyrics for his verse on the points before?
No. What are you gonna tell me?
Anybody out there, just look it up. I mean, it's funny that we thought Flesh was talking backward on Take Two Hits and Pass, but I think Busy's verse on the points might be the least understandable possible verse in his collection. I'm surprised they allowed that to make it onto TV. I don't know a single word from his verse.
It's incredible. Tell me it doesn't slap.
It sounds great. I have no idea what he's talking about, but it sounds good.
You ain't got to. That's what I was saying earlier, okay? You don't have to. You just know that he killed that shit.
The GOAT.
Wish like literally killed that shit. Like Wish's verse is awesome on it. But yeah, I'm looking up Busy's the points lyrics right now.
Yeah, that time frame, man. We were very blessed for that time frame. I think it's been cool to see the people in the chat just like hearing us talk about it and, reminiscing themselves. Went over everyone's head.
Oh,
yeah,
and actually for all you guys, did it feel that, as you got Eternal and you're realizing like, wow, okay, these guys are my favorite group now. Did you feel like you were cheating on some other group? Because you had to have had a favorite group prior to Bone. And then you're like, I don't know, man. I kind of like these. I like Bone now. Did you? Any of you have a transition period where you're like, oh man?
I didn't like music. I thought I didn't know. Like I listened to the radio, or at school, like what people thought was popular. I was like, it's cool, but like I didn't know why everyone would like jump up and down or like beat their chest or whatever.
Like Coolio was cool, Dog Pound was cool, but Bone was something else.
Wow, dude. Lyricgenius.com actually has a coherent verse for Busy. There's complete words and none of it is even like a fake word. I can't believe I couldn't hear this.
You trust it though? Like
it's something, bro. I couldn't come up with a single word.
It's something. 733-570.
Words on the screen, John.
733-570-6161. The password is Eternal. Jump on your Zoom. Jump in here. Talk to us about your Eternal memories. I'm curious what it was like for you guys, especially if you were familiar with Creeping on a Come Up at the time that, by the time you heard Eternal. I often bring up the introductions on the first three projects, right? The Ouija voice, all of that, the mystique that went along with those introductions. And I'm curious, and Matt, I'll actually start with you, what it was like the first time you heard the introduction to Eternal, and not just the singing and the rapping, but all of it, the entire landscape, the sound effects and the reverse thuggish ruggish Bone and the Ouija voice, and were you familiar with the EP at that point to kind of compare it to the first intro?
No, getting handed the single for CROSSROADS was my introduction, and I went and bought just that, or I keep saying bought, I didn't give them any money for it. No, and then like I let myself like really wear it out and beat it to death before I got Creeping on a Come Up. So, but
what was that like in the reverse then, when you got to hear the Creeping on a Come Up intro after, because that one's a little more bare bones, it's not as produced, but like were you still like, oh shit, this is like a thing?
I love that there was already a pattern, right? So it made me just love them even more that they didn't just come out of the gate with Eternal kind of like that it was already at least a little bit dark for Creeping on a Come Up, even though it was obviously, it seemed in my mind at the time, it was way a bigger time period in between the two than I didn't know as a kid, and not really being exposed to anything other than like at school reading other people's source or talking to other kids. Like none of that stuff could be in my house. My mom thought I was the devil, right? And so everything was, banned for sure. And so no, but knowing that they had developed a pattern, love that stuff. Like, that's what I live for. It is, seeing that there was a pattern and a legacy already built into it for sure. Like I didn't even want to dissect it. I didn't care if it was easy or not. I just loved that it was dark and mysterious. Like I wanted it to be a mystery, honestly.
Yeah. Did it go with like getting to touch all the packaging and see the all the reverse shit and all the spookiness, getting that introduction with that artwork, like what a companionship that is the first time you got it. And because everybody did the same thing. You motherfucking open it, you start playing it, welcome to the dark side, and you're fucking and you're fucking flipping through the things, and there's the reverse words and all this shit going on. Welcome to the dark side. And it is crazy.
With the rain.
Kids they will not today ever get to experience that the way we did, because there's so much entertainment and overstimulation and all this shit. But the simplicity of the things that I just said in all combined, dude, what a moment. Cold-blooded, what was it like the first time you heard the introduction to Eternal, and what was it like in comparison or conjunction with Creeping on a Come Up?
Yeah, like again, there was that gap of time, which probably it really wasn't that long, but it felt like forever. And so it's like you knew that this was the journey began. And so as soon as I hear that "Welcome to the Dark Side," I'm just like thinking, is it gonna hit like Thuggish Ruggish? Is it gonna hit like No Surrender? Is it gonna hit like Down From My Thing? Like, all these, things. It's like, is Eazy-E on the album? All these different things. And again, the introduction, the harmony, you could tell Bone, it was something different. The pianos, the production is so much heavier. The harmonies, so much more like it was a lot to take in. It was amazing. It's still like even in music today, intros, outros, a lot of them are just talking or a skit or something like that. Those introductions were something else. Like you said, it was like a movie. And because we hadn't heard it a million times already, we hadn't seen it a million times already, it hit so much harder. Like,
and not that I want to get into a big Art of War thing, but it being capped off with now the Art of War one, and the three of them that creates our trilogy as like Bone fans, so amazing. And I know you've heard me soapbox before about the thing that was the initial failure of Uni-5 was it did not start with that style introduction. If Uni-5 would have started with an introduction like we got in those first three projects, people would have felt different about it initially. Even with the songs, if that intro, it would have instantly pulled you in and been crazy. I see we had two people waiting. We lost one. Let's see if we can get this one in here.
By the way, shout out to Kevin Starks. That's an OG first season. Kevin Starks.
Okay, Starks.
Mad props. Haven't seen him in a while.
Okay, Starks.
Should join the Discord if you haven't already.
Yeah, Kevin, join the Discord. Call into the show. It's really easy to call in the show. You just got to be on Zoom. 733-570-6161 is the meeting ID, and the password is Eternal. We got somebody in here right now.
Che Glizzy. While that mute is getting put on there, I just want to point out, I think Cold Blood and me talked about this at one point, but the way the intro was, the way I experienced it, remember I was an Eazy-E fan before Bone.
right, same.
And so 5150 Home for the Sick.
Yeah.
Thought I couldn't do it without you, Bubba.
Just got to get him unmuted.
Right? So yeah, that I saw it as a continuation of Eazy-E's albums.
All right, you're on Beyond the Harmony. Who do we got?
Oh, this T-Bone.
T-Bone in the building. I see you representing in the background. Yeah. Tell us about Eternal, the first time you put it in your hands, or the first time you got to hear it, the first time you unwrapped that package and saw the artwork. Tell us the whole thing, T.
Oh, man, all I can say I just remember. Well, for one, I remember when they were on Rap City before the album even came out with Joe Claire, and Crazy Bone hit a part of his verse of the introduction on that interview. And I just remember, man, having the tape. I had the tape back then, and just unfolding it and looking at the pictures and all the artwork and just listening and like how Busy Bone came on and how it started. It was just like you just got threw right into the Matrix or something. Like, you know, you were in, you know, and you were instantly from E.1999 or on St. Clair with Bone. And I like, and I, yeah. So it's just, I just got so many memories. I didn't even have the tape, but my sister did. And I remember I stole it from her because I was just like, I'm 40 years old, so I was born in 84. So when that came out, I was like 10 or 11, depending on, I don't really know when it came out, but I remember just watching Bone on the box and just, man, it just really shaped me. As you can see, I got it on my wall right now. Everywhere I go, this picture right here, I had since 97. It never gets folded. You know, you see, I got some good money on the wall. Those albums, they're not cheap. So I'm a real true Bone fanatic. I want y'all to let's go. I love y'all show.
Thank you,
I listen to our podcast all the time. You know, I'm just a Bone fanatic, and I just had to get up on here.
I love it.
My girlfriend's profile to actually get up on here for real.
I'm glad you called in. This we did this as fans for the fans, and this is the true essence of what we do. And I'm glad that we have so many people tuned in tonight. This is such a big thing when guys our age are going, hey, this is this thing that we had when we were kids that really changed music for us, right? Like when you became a mega Bone fan, and I would consider you one just looking at your walls, right? Men that are 40 like me and you either got Bone on the wall or you don't, baby. What kind of guy are you?
I got some other classics on there too, but you know,
but
nice. Bone. And I remember early in the chat y'all was talking about like who was like hot to other people. And I remember in my neighborhood we used to always argue who was better, Wu-Tang or Bone. But I never really I like the singles from Wu-Tang, but Bone was just like a whole nother level that just drew me in.
Bro, I was the same way. My friends were all Wu-Tang, and I was like, Wu-Tang's cool. This shit's cool. I got Triumph. This is cool. It ain't eternal, but
exactly.
This is cool that y'all like this shit, you know?
And I got turned on to Faces of Death probably in like 96 because my cousin he actually turned me on to Bone, but he had every single. I had Thuggish Ruggish Bone. He had For the Love of Money, First of the Month, everything. At Crossroads, every single Days of Our Lives actually came out on a secondary single. I forgot who the main person was because I ended up scratching them off, and I just had Bone's Little Circle. I don't know if y'all remember that single, but it had a picture of Bone Thugs in the corner of a
Ray J.
Probably was Ray J.
Days of Our Lives, the Ray J shit, and it was like a little split single.
Yeah,
and they gave Ray J all the love.
For sure. Yeah.
Oh, is that Eric B and Rakim right below Bone? Paid in Full.
B and Rakim, and that's actually I'm about to get the Art of War. That's why I'm about to put Art of War right there. But I just you know, I haven't got it yet. But I've been working. All this stuff is just the vinyls, but I got the collection, the videos. I got Thug TV, everything, man. I'm just, you know, I'm one of you all for real.
A big focal point of our show has always been since the beginning is our love for the, you know, the imagery, the logos, the album covers. And so today I've really been focused on just like, you know, that artwork. And I'm just curious your experience going through the artwork, seeing the cover, the inner stuff, even like the pictures of them in it are so monumental.
So this is one of my favorite. That's right there. Talking about. I love how they got Busy Bone's hair. It looks like a bush, but it's the nose of the skull.
Yeah.
It's dope. This the back of Thuggish Ruggish Bone. That's a dope picture too. And remember how big.
That's one of my favorites of all time, right there.
Oh yeah, and then for sure, I love Lazy Bone in this one. That's my classic right there. But yeah, I got some good stuff on here. This is another, you know, getting on Easy E. That's a classic forever. Gangster, one of the most gangsters. Well, I don't want to get off topic, but yeah.
No, it's cool, man. Hey, we appreciate everybody who calls in and what they have, and
For sure.
yeah, man. I really, it's always crazy when I talk about it. I'm like, it was really like the perfect mix that made us fans, right? Like the imagery and everything was so cool. The music was like something we'd never really experienced before. The guys in Bone look cool. None of them were like, this is at a time where gangster rap was huge and everybody was a Crip or a Blood or not Bone, right?
Yeah.
Bone was fucking Bone, like Mo
Bone,
Thug.
exactly.
That's what you knew. So it was like, this was some different shit. Like, you know, what a time, bro. And I remember somebody was talking about CD singles earlier, and I was a CD single king, man, and the tapes and stuff. And it was so incredible, like when you were collecting stuff, that you would go into a store and you would see the CD singles and you'd be like, oh shit, whoever's got a new thing, and you'd have that, right? And it's like, it's weird to think about now that we had CDs that had like 2 songs on the fucking thing, or tapes that had 2 songs, but like, yo, that was such a beautiful time. And now that's all the stuff that we're out here collecting, you know.
Correct. Yep. And I got tickets to the 30-year East 99 or the 3-6 and Bone.
Yeah, Thuggish Ruggish Mafia.
I just hope that Busy's there. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I'm from Maryland, so Busy doesn't really come out here too much, but
Look, it looks good, man. He's promoting it.
I know, and that's what I've been telling my girl. I'm like, yeah, hopefully, because he doesn't really come out here, but hopefully, you know, he's not. You know, we us real Bone fans know how busy Bone is. So
yeah,
you know.
it looks promising for us that he's going to be there.
Yep.
The 3 of us are all flying into one of the New York shows, and the 3 of us are all meeting in New York. And
that's cool. Man.
And yeah, we've all had the same fear. We're like, yo, for the love of everything holy, let Busy be there and don't let anything happen to this show.
Exactly.
Jesus' name. You know? Yeah. So, yeah, man. Nah, I think that's great. What did you think? This is a question I just asked the guys as we were getting you on there. What was it like when you hit play and you started to hit that intro? And were you familiar with Creeping on a Come Up yet to compare the intros? But, like, what was that intro like? As soon as it starts, you know, you got the rain and the welcome to the dark side.
Yeah, and the St. Clair that brings you right on in. It just takes you right to the dark side. You know, I was drawn right on in. I definitely had Creeping on the Come Up, and somebody said earlier in the chat it was a different sound, but it was that other side of Bone. Like, you know, that Thuggish Ruggish Bone, that was like the gritty and the grimy. This was kind of like the more, you know, the welcome to the dark side kind of feel. And I want to ask you guys, did you ever take that, you know, they had the words that were kind of backwards. Did you ever take it up against the mirror and write down the whole message?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, that might be a segue, but yeah, we got a video about it too. On the channel.
We do got a video. We should play it. Once we're done with T-Bone, we'll play that for everyone. Fuck it.
Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna have to go back and check that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it on here right now. As soon as we're done, we'll play it for everybody. We played some videos at the beginning, and I'll play one now. Yeah, what's amazing, and we talked about it earlier, was the way that the words told you how to navigate the map. And as you navigate the map, it gives you the numbers to call fucking Eazy-E, who is already dead. That is crazy shit for 95.
I know.
People can't come up with that shit right now with ChatGPT. And you know, we had Donald Cunningham. That's who came up with all that stuff, is Donald Cunningham, who did the art. And Donald Cunningham is who came up with the map. And we had this fucking genius on the Ruthless Art team just coming up with this amazing shit that and we've interviewed like his partner Donald, and he's like, Julio rather, and he's like, we were just kids having fun, man. They didn't know they were changing the game. So at the same time, we got Bone, just these kids changing the game, and on the other side, you got just some young cats making the artwork and the imagery that we're falling in love with. Wild.
Yeah, classic, man, and it's something that we still love to this day. That's you know, so it's something that I hold dearly to my heart. Everybody that knows me, because I remember when I was in elementary, everybody used to love when I would rap Busy Bone's part of Thuggish Ruggish Bone, because people didn't even really. It's like people they liked the flow, but I don't know. And I just felt like I was above the game just because I could have kind of dissect a little bit, but maybe that's because that's all I did was listen to Bone Thugs actually.
This is gonna be a hard question to probably answer, but we'll leave it on this one. Favorite song on the album?
E.1999. My favorite song. Really, honestly, my favorite song might be the introduction, that because it's just Busy Bone. How Busy Bone came on that track, it just was. It just, like I said, it just drew me right on them. But I love every song on that. It's not even a one song. Well, probably Down 71, but it's just because of that beat. But as 40, I actually like that song more than I did that back then. But yeah, I that East 99 probably. I mean, the introduction would probably be my favorite one. I mean, I know you guys, y'all speak on those singles a lot, like First of the Month, Crossroads, and stuff like that. But I like Mr. Bill Collector. I like Buzz Smokers Only for sure. I wasn't even smoking weed at this time, but Bone probably definitely pushed me a little bit to the greenery a little bit faster. But you know,
mine is probably, I think when I was a kid, actually. It's crazy, but Die 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 was so incredible to me as a kid. When I was a kid, that really, hearing Busy and Crazy go off. I remember being a kid and just being like, holy fuck. But probably the one that holds the most weight for me over the years, Down 71 is my shit, man. That it really, the story, and I love both versions of it. I love the Creeping on a Come Up version, and I love this version. But there's something so incredible about it when you really sit back and you listen to the words and you just try to picture what's going on. We're lucky now we live in this time where people are making, all these AI videos and shit.
Yeah, that was dope. I saw that on YouTube.
Yeah,
that was
but
somebody
back
turned
then,
that into it.
You had to just picture the shit in your head, man. You got Lazy Bone as the preacher in your mind. You listen to the song. So that Down 71, that's the one for me.
Yeah. Yep.
T-Bone, I appreciate you calling in.
Hey, man, I appreciate you guys, man. I love what y'all do, man. Keep it going.
Thank you, bro.
Hey, man, one love, one bone.
Yeah, call in anytime, man. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. All right.
And if you do Discord, we're on Discord too. That goes for everybody in the chat.
Yeah, I guess you should. Somebody should drop the Discord link in the chat. Beatbox is probably out there. I bet Christine will do it. Marlon West, makes sense. I know the group felt away towards Easy and took him off Bill Collector. Yeah, that's always an interesting, thing. And we just had somebody, quote unquote, release that Mr. Bill Collector full, which, I'm more convinced than ever that's just some AI bullshit. But that's wild. And, does that change the album a lot if you had an Eazy-E verse on there?
It does. Because they market themselves as Biggie, Tupac, Eazy-E, right? Like, they would rely on that song way heavier than they do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I always think that, because again, there's the Sleepwalkers debate, right? Like, a lot of people say that's for Eternal, and very short version of my very long soapbox about Sleepwalkers is that they didn't really record that together. I'm in the heavy belief that that's a Eazy-E song that he just recorded, and they were going to jump on it to finish it, and they either one, recorded their verses and had to re-record them, or two, they took this Eazy-E verse and they just added Bone to it later, like BNK. But regardless, the thought process has always been either Sleepwalkers or Mr. Bill Collector, or both possibly, were going to be on Eternal. And that would have been our only quote-unquote star feature on that, but we didn't have one. That's another thing to think of, right? This album is made up off of just Bone and Mo Thugs and unknown talent. Like, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Everybody was doing features and shit like that.
That's a big part of why I like it so much also, is it was really just them and some Mo Thugs.
You see, Marlon said, you see how For the Love of Money took off with Easy. If he was on Mr. Bill Collector, that could have been the single. Yeah, it could have been. It's funny. I actually believe that Bone probably wrote his Mr. Bill Collector verse. If you listen to the parts we've heard, it's very Bone, and now it's kind of been proven that Busy Bone wrote what would have been his Strictly for My Grind verse, or what was it, the original Land for the Heartless, Cold Blooded?
Something like that. If it all lines up the way we
believe.
Way we believe, yeah.
Which that on its own is an interesting thought, that it's possible that Land of the Heartless was a completely different song and they scrapped it and they made a new song, and that's how we got Strictly for My Grind. But
do you mean Land of the Heartless, or is you talking about No Shorts, No Losses?
No Shorts, No Losses.
Shorts, No Losses. There you
but
go.
It's funny that you mentioned Land of the Heartless, because that is my favorite song off of E.1999. Like, no bullshit, because that song to me is like in the middle of the album. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people really heard it as much as like their favorites that they could have easily gone to on like the beginning or the end of the album. More Murders at the end, and like Land of the Heartless to me is like one of those Bone songs that I didn't think got a lot of the but it is the beat and everything. It's the era. This album, every song is great.
Let's play a game. You don't have to answer. Everybody doesn't have to answer now. You can use your time in the chat to think about this. But I've wanted to do for a long time. I've wanted to do one becomes an album track, one becomes a single, one gets cut. So the rules are pick one song that was a single that wouldn't have been a single, it would have become an album track. Pick one album track that should have become a single, and then pick one song that gets cut from the album, and you can't pick like Me Killa or Die 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 or Mr. Ouija. Those are out. You got to pick a real thing. So I'm going to put that out there. Promote one to a single, drop one to an album track, cut one from the album. Nobody has to answer it now, but I'm curious to what everybody thinks there. 733-570-6161 on Zoom. The password is eternal. I've seen some people jump in and jump out, but jump in 733-570-6161. Probably around 9:30, we're going to spin the Skull and Crossroads Society wheel. We're giving away two things tonight. Our friends at Beatbox LLC gave us an incredible package of things, including a gold sealed Busy Bone carbon monoxide, along with a sealed I'm Busy, some signed Kane and Smokey the Bandit stuff, some t-shirts. So jump in if you want to win that. Or the runner-up is going to win the E1999 gold Eternal pin from the 30th year anniversary box. To do this, all you got to do is be a Skull and Crossroads Society member. You can join on YouTube right on your screen if you're not one now, or head over to beyondtheharmony.com and join over there.
Maybe point that part out again. Earlier in the show, just in case anybody didn't hear, this is a massive giveaway tonight. In order to be eligible for this giveaway,
huge,
you got to be a member.
You do got to be a member, and there's a lot of stuff in this box. Usually I got this box, I got pictures that I can put on the screen, but I ain't got that right now, I ain't got that right now. But it's huge. You guys are going to want to win, and all you got to do is be a member. Memberships start at $2.99, and this box is easily $100 and probably $20 worth of stuff, easy.
I think way more than that. Go ahead,
John. Probably just off the gold carbon monoxide, right? It has to be.
And also, if you're a member of our Patreon, you also qualify for the giveaway tonight.
Double spins if you're a member of both. We got a few of those.
Double spins, Patreon membership, Skull and Crossroads Society. Along with the membership, you get access to our Discord. Tons of the best Bone fans of all time, all accumulated. It's the X-Men. It's the what do they call it? The place for the gifted PhD level Bone fans, all up in the Discord. Legends like Brain Ghost dropping all kinds of stuff. Legends like ALW Zone with material from Bone you can't find anywhere else. So check us out, Discord, if you haven't seen it yet.
John, promote a song to a single, drop a single to an album track, cut a song off the album.
Well, I was going to cut Die Die Die, and I just wanted to say that I never liked Die 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 Still don't like Die Die Die. I mean, I play
Man.
it. It could play, but it's my least. You know, I'll put it
Why?
like this. It's
Tell
not
me
that
why.
I don't
I
like
want to
it.
know the root of why.
I think it takes too long to get to the verses. Like,
It's all the theatrics, all the intros and shit.
yeah, it's just like you know, you heard me earlier talking about the introduction. I'm like, yo, where's the
wonder
rap?
if
Where's Bone at?
If somebody only knew what those samples are during Die Die Die, and if only there was a video coming up later down the road that explained those samples. Anyway, so you don't like the big build up, it takes too long, but when it drops, motherfucker, and then Busy Bone and Crazy Bone come in as fucking Lil Ripsta and Leatherface going back and forth the way that we thought new waves would be, and they are just motherfucking face fucking the beat. You don't love that?
No, bro, I'm not even thrilled about the verses. Like, there's nothing about Die 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 could play. It's my least favorite on the album. And, you know, I was thinking tonight, if Cecil wanted to play this game, I'm cutting Die Die Die. Like instantaneous. I'm like, Die Die Die's got to go. Get it out of here. Gone. But, yeah, and I've heard people thrilled about it. I've heard you talk about it for decades.
Oh, man.
And like, I'll
Coming
go back
off
and
the
I'll
Christmas
play it.
card list.
And I'm just like, and even when RC was making the whole Die 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 theory, you know, I would hear it again. I'm like, maybe now that RC did it, I'll think it's cooler.
Rubber band, man. Rubber band music says, boo this man.
Bro, Rubber Band Man, I make the most preposterous statements, especially on Eternal. And I got no problem about it. Hey, that's just how it is. It's my least favorite.
All right.
But mine is still
drop
other.
one.
So
drop one from a single. All right, Die Die Die's off the album. Make a single album track. So we never got a video for it. Make an album. Make the album track a single. And everybody shouldn't just take the low hanging fruit and say Buddha Love Is. But if you guys need to, I'll let you.
Well, I mean, it's like now, if I don't have to ever hear First of the Month or Crossroads ever again, I wouldn't. But you have to have those in the history because we wouldn't be here today without them. So, and I always thought E.1999 was a strange single. I don't think Buddha Lovers is a single. You know, so
I mean, it technically is, right? It's got a video.
Well, then, I mean, dude, E.1999, as you get older, you're just more and more amazed. Plus, let me plug the acapella. Lippy's known for plugging E.1999 acapella as a song into itself. It's amazing. If you never heard it, go check it out. But yeah, as a single. I don't think Buddha Lovers is a single that makes sense. Although E.1999 doesn't make sense as a single either. I'm dropping Buddha Lovers. I'd rather.
You're selling me. You're selling me why I'm gonna drop Buddha Lovers. So I'm like, I'm going against my own rule. All right, which album track's becoming a single?
Oh, fucking Mo Murda. I mean, I want to say back in the days, I would have said Land of the Heartless, same reasons Cold Blooded said, but you know, as I watch, and I don't know if people want Mo Murda so bad because they didn't get it, they didn't get the single, they didn't get the video.
Says Buddha Love His video got banned from the box. I do kind of remember something like that now that he says that.
Yeah, well, and I think they were also promoting that as the next single, and that goes into another. I don't know if it's still a forbidden Cold Blooded theory, but he's got some theories about some locked up music videos that might be there.
You can't tell me otherwise. I'm gonna find them. No.
Yeah. So my answer for what should be what should have been the single, it will be Mo Murda. And the reason it's not for my taste, it has to do with what I've seen over the last 20 years. That's the song that the most people clamor towards. They're like, give me Mo Murda, give me Mo Murda. And so since everybody wants it, if that would have been a single, I think it would have been huge. It would have been a platinum single. Oh, hey, by the way, before we go further, Moesha's asking, Cecil, how do you become a member of Beyond the Harmony?
Oh, it's really easy to become a member. If you're on YouTube right now and you're not one, you should see a little button that says join. So you can join right there for $2.99 a month. It's super easy. But you can also head over to beyondtheharmony.com and you can look at the Skull and Crossroads Society and you can join any of the tiers there. So we have ones for $2.99 all the way up to $99 a month. We got a couple of those. Shout out to all our 99th degree members. Do we have anybody else that's prepared? I just put John on the spot, boy. Is anybody else
I'm
prepared?
ready.
All right, Cold Blooded. let me know what you're doing. And
All
I
right.
guess just so you know, John made it acceptable to me to cut Buddha Lovers if that's what you do. So
No,
ahead.
I took your original rules to the head, so I just wrote it down right away. So shots to the double Glock. I probably skipped that song a few times early on until like after Mo Thugs because as a busy fan, for one, I was mad he wasn't there, and for two, I didn't want to hear those guys at that time. I just wanted Bone. I didn't know who those guys were, and I was like, yeah, that's cool. This song's dope. The beat's dope, but like I was just waiting until the next Bone verse got on. So I'll cut shots to the double Glock.
Wow.
Bud
Something's got to
Smokers,
go.
Bud Smokers only could have been a single. I think that a video, a fun kind of maybe house party Friday kind of vibe would have been probably more acceptable than Mo Murder, as much as we all wanted the dark East 99, like Murder Was the Case, Mo Murder kind of dark visuals that they also could have provided. I think that Bud Smokers Only probably could have been the closest to first of the month single wise. And that takes East 1999 back to an album cut because I thought it was a weird choice for a single as well. Even though I loved it to death, I love the visuals. I love that. I thought it was a weird choice for a single too. Following up first of the month, it was a total opposite. It was like night and day.
Well, I think that's probably why, right? They wanted to show
Right.
that. But what's interesting is you probably could acceptably have Buddha Lovers or East 1999 as a single because I think everybody kind of tried that street single in the 90s and early 2000s. Like everybody kind of tried to, but like both of them, like those both being a single with everything that's on there, I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, that's why I mean. I think Bud Smokers Only. I think would have been more of like and it shows more of the members like kind of in their own. They all could have had their own scene, you know.
So you would have had Buddha Lovers and Bud Smokers Only. Byron with a $20 super chat. Thank you, brother.
No. I don't consider Buddha Lovers a single. I still the way I remember
How?
it as
It's a fucking video, music video.
I know, but as far as I remember as a kid, that was a mysterious contest only video that nobody saw, and even on the box, I watched that night and day. I don't ever remember it other than being advertised as again in that other commercial I showed you guys. I believe there could have been videos for Bud Smokers Only and Mo Murder if it was a contest, because if everyone chose the other, what were they going to be like? Well, we got a video for Buddha Lovers anyway, so thanks for playing. Like,
So that's a key part right there that many people may not know. I didn't know any of this until RC brought it up to me like 3 years ago. There was a contest, the box contest. They were
Yes.
suggesting, hey, you got Buddha Lovers, Bud Smokers Only, or Mo Murder. Was there anything else? It was like asking which do you want the video to be,
right.
and like we're assuming probably it was going to be Buddha Lovers no matter how people voted,
Right.
but if
Or
it
East
was
1999. And then we got East 1999, but then you heard that you could also win this VHS tape of Buddha Lovers. Like, oh, so they made both? So did they make all four? Or
So to you, it's like the Super Bowl winner shirt. Like they make both. So somewhere in like Africa,
Right.
there's a fucking Mo Murder video
yes.
on a tape.
Yes. Probably. Even further back by, I don't know if you guys remember those old like catalogs that you could order like videos from, like movies, VHS. Like it would be like a small magazine, and you like check some boxes, and you'd like PO box and you would get like it was in these old magazines. And my friend showed me once, it had like music videos listed, and I think like Mo Murder and Bud Smokers Only were on there as well. And we were just kind of right. But that's going to be something, I don't know how we would track that down. I don't even bring that up because that's like a one-off fucking thing. Like,
I know what you're talking about though. I used to see things like that too. I used to get like Funko video game catalogs, and there'd be games I'm
right.
like, yo, that what? I've never heard of this. Like,
And it's
I have,
possible, like I've seen you guys in the Discord post, like people have these like big VHS boxes that's like such and such productions cut of this music video.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I'm wondering if there was like these warehouses or master copies that get sold off for cheap or duplicates or something, you know. But again, that would take forever to track down.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple years ago, I think there was like a Busta Rhymes and Old Dirty Bastard music video that got released that nobody's seen before, and MC8 was in it. It was like MC8,
Oh, the
Old Dirty.
remix? The
Yeah.
remix? Yeah, that was only on the box as far as I remembered. I
Oh,
never
okay.
saw
So
that
you,
on BET. Yeah.
okay, yeah, and man, it's cool seeing some of these videos show up because I bet you a lot of people shot music videos and couldn't get access to MTV or BET, or if they did, it might have only shown like once or twice. I don't know how the deals worked out, but I
Look at
know.
you. Here's something, not to go too far off from this, but if you look at music videos now from your favorite artists, like when you were doing when you guys were doing shout out to Beyond the Harmony and Jordan Corey and John doing the whole music video compilation thing, showing all of Bones music video. If you notice during those things, I bet you while you guys were searching and you felt like, oh, I've searched for Crazy Bone music videos a million times, but you were still finding videos that you didn't know that, like, wait, I've looked for Crazy Bone in the last month and now I'm seeing stuff from 6 months ago or 6 years ago. It's like it got unprivate or it was like on unlisted
Mm-hmm.
and then it showed up in your results this time but not last time. And I think that has a lot of artists have like unprivated or gotten access to their mastered videos, because there's a lot of videos that are popping up now that I knew weren't big singles that are just like out all of a sudden, and they're from like the 90s and the 2000s. It's pretty interesting. Not just Bone. There's other artists where I was like, wow. So it makes you wonder, what are those other videos that kind of, again, like maybe what's the fucking song? Mighty Warrior. We
Oh
can we
yeah.
can we can circle back to that one, but
Well,
I think
it
I think
definitely
Cecil
happens.
or
I mean,
RC.
we
Yeah.
dropped that footage from Shutter that all of the Life guys were in that music video from
right, RC, right.
whatever fuck. So we know. I mean, they do shoot stuff that they just don't even start editing. Or hey, the Sons of Sinclair is a great example of something that gets made and then there's a dispute over. So anything could
Bro,
have happened.
there is, and I've brought this up because many times, but I want to say it again. There is behind the scenes footage where you see Crazy Bone is recording a music video for "Can't Stop the Pain," "Can't Stop the Rain," "Don't Stop the Rain" from the Fixed Tape Volume 4, which coincidentally is also what Shutter was. That's the album Shutter was involved with. Shutter was telling us about another video, but I'm saying another song from that same era, same album, "Can't Stand the Pain." There's a music video for it. It's never come out, but you see cameramen shooting the video. Crazy's in it, he's rapping, it's there. We just never seen it. Does anybody out there have any idea about the "Can't Stand the Pain" Crazy Bone music video? There's behind the scenes, but there's no final product.
Matt Weaver, you got to make a single an album track. You got to make an album track a single, and you got to kick a real song off, not a little introduction. What's your move?
Yeah, you guys probably see this coming a mile away. Cutting. Well, I guess my answer is the same for multiple questions. I can't stand Buddha Lovers. It's not even a song to me. And so if that one doesn't count as a single, though, which I think is fair, I think they did get just the short end of the business stick on that, because I think that was intended to be a single for sure. But it speaks to me by far the least. And for a while, I forgot it was on there because I burned or somehow made one that didn't have that song. And for a little while, actually, I made one and I accidentally skipped Mr. Bill Collector for like a few months and like forgot it existed. And so when I heard it again, I was like, oh, a new song. Because I didn't want to scratch my original because I didn't, And so Buddha Lova's gone instantly. I think if I had to cut a single, I know why I picked First of the Month. I know they did it to have like a celebratory, not dark, not sad, to show all sides. And business wise, it makes total sense. Like, so if I was their manager, I would keep it. But I was never into any kind of party music whatsoever, right? But in reality, probably what Cold Blooded was saying about, East 1999 is it because it was the title track? Personally, I actually think it's because it's Lazy's favorite song. That's what I think. I think that's why he picks it. That's why he rap first. That's why he chooses that one to do the acapella. Now the video, I watched it over and over and over and over and over. I had it on recorded off the TV. But so I kind of ran all over with my answers. But if I had to cut an entire song from the album, it's Buddha Lovers. And promote the single. If I had my own way, it's Mo Murda, like the bell chimes get you every time. I listened to the album today when I was working out. It still hits like it did back then.
With Buddha Lovers, I love the song until I heard Choosy Lover by the Isley Brothers or the Shy Lights. I think it was the Isley Brothers. And I was like, wait a minute. Half my life I thought Bone made this song. I don't like imitation. I know they remade it to their own, but I thought they had like uniquely created that track from scratch, and I thought it was brilliant. And then when I found out it was just the remake, I was like, oh, that ruined the mystique. Like when I heard that, I was like, man, these guys should be making tracks like this all the time. But
The first
we're
time you
off.
get shortchanged in life on what you think is a song, but it's really just almost completely sampled or remade or what I don't know what the right word is, but like it's funny like when Bad Boy was doing it, right? Like, oh haha, let's dance again to this song. But like when your heroes did it, you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah. No, I was really mad at Bad Boy when
Not
they were
me.
doing it. Yeah, no, well, and the first time it happened to me was when Ice Cube, the music video version for "You Better Check Yourself Before You Wreck Yourself," I was so blown away by it. And then, like that same year, I think it became the 10th anniversary of hip hop, at least the way the narrative was at the time. And then they started saying, "Hey, did you guys ever know that the Sugar Hill Gang made a music video for Rapper's Delight?" And hey, by the way, there's a song called "The Message" by Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. And then I heard that, I was like, wait a minute, Ice Cube didn't make that beat. So that was the first time. And keep in mind, I'm like 12 probably at the time, so it's okay. But like once that happened, I just had this dirty feeling. I was like, man, I thought Ice Cube made that song, and he just
Yeah.
got that from Grandmaster Flash, and then man, I thought Bone Thugs and Harmony made that, but it's really the Isley Brothers, and I should have known. My aunt always listens to the Isley Brothers. How did I? So
But
yeah,
I think like to argue with myself though, when you have a double album like Art of War and Doing Friends, there's so much room. There's so much room on two CDs to work with. Like if you're giving me that many songs, I think it's great to even show all sides and try a little bit of everything way more than like, you know, yeah, most people, I'm sure a lot of people knew about Creeping on the Come Up, but I didn't at the time. So a lot of people's introduction was Eternal.
Speaking of Friends, yeah, I did have the Houdini's albums when I
Yeah,
was a kid, and but if you take out the chorus of Friends, I love that track from
yeah,
Art of War. But yeah,
it's really good.
hey, Strive, yeah, hey, you had the Isley Brothers, good, and you might have had Grandmaster. Dude, see, I started listening to rap in '85, not '83. '83 is when the Message came out, so I missed it. And it's not like it was. I don't even think I had a VCR in 1985. I think I got a VCR in '87. And at the time, there was no MTV wasn't playing rap videos until Walk This Way came out. So there was no way for me to know about the Message in 1983. I was 4 years old, and so I missed and it was just gone. Like they weren't trying to preserve rap yet. It was like rap was like a fad. They kept saying it's going to vanish. So yeah, I didn't hear the Message until the 10th anniversary. I didn't hear Rapper's Delight, and I bet you a lot of the rappers didn't hear Rapper's Delight. Like I don't think Redman heard it till it was on Yom. I'm not using Redman, but some of the people on Yom TV Raps, I think the old stuff from 1979 was like wow, we didn't know all this stuff existed. I had Rap's Greatest Hits, and that had some like old stuff. It didn't have the Message. So yeah, I didn't know about it till 88, 89 when Yom TV Raps was digging in the crates. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with admitting it. That's all. By the way, RC's trying to get it out. about Mighty Warrior because we were talking about it earlier.
RC,
He reached out to
call in, motherfucker. Just call in. Just call in.
He typed too much at this point. He's committed to typing.
Well, he reached out to Felicia and verified that was they jumped the gun on the printing. I still want to believe what I want to believe, though.
I don't believe anything that woman says.
I want to believe because they performed it on Planet Groove or Soul Train or something. What's your thought, Cole? You think there's a video for Mighty Warrior?
I believe it was Wish's moment, to be honest. How Flesh had his moment with the first Mo Thugs, I really thought that was gonna be Wish's lead single, Wish being like the main focus, Soldier Boy being the secondary focus, as he was the other favorite from the first album. I believe that was gonna push that album into the Bone universe more than a more radio friendly single like All Good ended up being, because that was them chasing the numbers at that point.
So you thinking Riot? Like you're saying Riot would have been a single?
No, I'm saying that Mighty Mighty Warrior is the logical sense, because you got to understand All the Bone is like pretty much popular at that point. Flesh has an album out already at that point. It would have made sense to push Wish on a fire single with him being like the original commercial, if I remember, had the Wish verse kind of coming in, and you're like, oh,
and he would have been the next solo coming.
Yes, because like the way they marketed Flesh was genius, because Flesh, like I didn't even know he was separate from the whole shit. I just thought it was another release. You know what I mean? Like, and as a kid, like, well, being in high school at that point, I'm thinking like, wow, this is Wish's moment. You know, Bones already had like Busy and Lazy and Crazy are already fan favorites, but like this is Wish's moment with this single that's coming. And when All Good and Ghetto Cowboy were like the choices, I felt like that album, as great as those songs were, I just thought, wow, that moment just didn't happen. Because even on the inside, it was like Wishbone solo album. He was like next. Like,
yeah.
it was like Wishbone, Soldier Boy, Felicia. Like I thought Mighty Warrior represented, I thought Mighty Warrior represented all of those people. Wish, Soldier Boy, Felicia, Crazy Bone. They were like the bulk coming in. Like, to me, that's why it made more sense. So that's why I don't know if I'm not doubting Miss Felicia. Much love to her. She's a legend. I'm glad she even spoke on it, because I don't know if we would have had any other info otherwise, but that is a missed opportunity on the label's behalf, I would say, though. Like,
I don't believe nothing she says.
But Johnny Boy is a Felicia fan.
I believe they killed it because maybe Soldier Boy made too much noise over there, and they decided that we're not going to let Soldier Boy
well, I think
flourish off of a hot, because his verse is all over Mo Thugs too. Is kind of like, woo.
Well, it might have been too that, you know, as Felicia said that, and Romeo on the interview, that All Good was originally a ballad, and then they got with Disco Rick from Florida, but I guess it was in Atlanta, and Disco Rick put the Miami bass beat on it, and then, you know, and I think when you hear that final product, you're especially at the time when All Good dropped, that's when that So Def Bass All Stars dropped, and Time After Time blew up. I don't know if it was in your region, but in South Florida, that's what we had. And then All Good fit that.
Learning through you guys in your past interviews, I think it was with one of Too True, when they said they were living with Jermaine Dupri and Lil Jon and all them. I do believe that probably influenced the direction that Crazy Bone was seeing, how like singles were going and stuff like that. So it might have just been a last minute decision to go with like a radio friendly single over Mighty Warrior, which is more of the Bone Thug, Mo Thug 1 vibe, in my opinion.
Maybe Cecil, that's how you could sell it to Felicia for the interview. Like, hey, you know, how about we talk about this Mo Thugs too? What could have been?
Before I sell it to Felicia, I'm going to sell it to the whole chat. I appreciate everybody holding on strong. We're still sitting at 85 people. Amazing night. If you want to call in and talk to us about Bone Thugs and Harmony, E1999 Eternal, jump on Zoom, 733-570-6161. The password for tonight is Eternal. I'm going to just wrap my version of that question real quick, because it's super fucking easy. Buddha Lovers is my least favorite song on the fucking album, so that could go. Boom. Eliminates a single. I would actually, as much as I love East 1999, I would cut Buddha Love Is. I know that cuts a single. I would have to remove East 1999, even though I fucking love that. But you know what? I think I would have to make this move, and here's why. Knowing the Crossroads is coming and knowing the impact of first of the month, and we need those harmony-driven singles to really build the Bone thing, it all goes back to Down 71 for me, and this is why. Down 71 could have been more than just a video.
Yeah.
This could have been a fucking hype Williams mini movie of just epic proportions. This could have been incredible. This could have been cinematic, just motherfucking masterpiece. If you would have had the team that did the Crossroads behind the Down 71 video, and you turn it into that level of but you need the whole package. Like, I don't think, just like I don't think East 99 is really a quote unquote good single, I don't think Down 71 is technically a good single for radio. But I think the reason those things happen is because they were like, it's important that people know it's both. If we're all just first of the month, if it's all just the Crossroads, we start to lose this piece that they remember from Creeping on a Come Up. We need a East 1999. To me, Down 71 just would have been, that could have been a cinematic masterpiece. With that being said, though, I love East 1999. I love that there's a video from Eternal that has all 5 of them in it. I love that video feels like you're living the artwork. Like, that video is the closest video representation of the fucking album artwork to me. I literally feel like I'm living inside of, the artwork when I watch that video. So,
and I love how it doesn't look perfect, like it was never meant to look perfect.
RC Thug still wants to know if I can tease my Down 71 masterpiece. I can, because, man, I really want to find the time to do it, but I am so busy with life right now. But essentially, I have 3 different routes that could have happened during Down 71, and I actually know the entire route from the prison to the hideout, every street that they take, and there's 3 different versions of it because it depends on how you look at this. Obviously, Interstate 71 is the most obvious answer of what Down 71 is. They went down Interstate 71. Another way to look at it is it was down 71st Street. Somebody might jump in and say, well, Bone says that. Just fuck with me. Just rock with me. Could have been down 71st Street, which is a way more exciting way for the song to go. And then there's a third one that is actually the most realistic take on the entire song. And it would actually ruin the way that you visualize it because it is not the way you think it really is based on what they're saying and somebody sitting on death row. And that's all I'll say is you don't sit on death row in Cleveland. And that's it. That's all I could say is you can't break anybody out of a death row facility in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
So take that for what it's worth. So I have actually a 4-part masterpiece that even in the 4th part links in who would have been the other guy in jail that they were going to break out after they break out Busy Bone. It's crazy. I hope I get to bring it to y'all because poor John Lippy, man, had to listen to hours and hours and hours of me just overdosing on listening to Down 71 and just pointing out every little fucking thing. It was pretty sick. It was sick. It was.
I think that's all we talked about for months.
Oh my God.
All I saw. Yeah.
I was drunk, I was drunk on Down 71. It was just every, it's crazy.
Nice.
So I hope it gets to happen. The first one is pretty much plotted out, actually. I just got to edit it. I'm glad we waited this, though, John, because if I would have edited it back then, it wouldn't be what it will be now with my ability to use AI.
Ooh, yeah. And keep in mind, I did preserve most of the Voxers. They're not chronologically stored because of the download names that it gave, but a lot of that stuff got preserved. Some of the crazy text writings that you had sent to me, like that, it's all preserved. I think it's uploaded to our Google Drive. Just so you know, I know
Yeah,
you ain't
no,
got
I know
time
it's
right now.
there. I know,
And let
man.
me also say, maybe anybody that's interested in the Down 71 story, I think you want to start putting some pennies aside, because that might be a Patreon exclusive because it's going to be that good. I don't know. I mean, if Cecil wants it
Oh,
differently, fine.
definitely
But I
initially.
think,
Initially, that's gonna
yeah,
go to all our people on the Patreon. You know, if you're not part of the Patreon, you can head over to beyondtheharmony.com and look at the Skull and Crossroads Society, and you can join the Patreon right now, or any tier of the Skull and Crossroads Society. Don't forget, here coming up, we're gonna do some giveaways. Actually, it's 9:28.
it's about that
I
time.
guess I should.
About that time.
I guess
It's about that
I
time.
should set the fuck up. In the
Let it
meantime,
go.
733-570-6161. The password is Eternal. Jump on Zoom if you want to talk to us about Eternal. Before we wrap it up, if you're last minute thinking about joining Skull and Crossroads Society, $2.99 right now can get you in to win. We've had people literally fucking join, and in their first 10 minutes of being a member, they won a spin.
Yeah.
Crazy ass shit, you know?
Yeah. So you guys got a couple minutes still to get in the club. There was something I was gonna bring up, and I already forgot it. Crap.
Hey
Oh
John, I
man.
got you. Let me put one in from the esoteric side of things. So during those early East 1999 days, does anyone remember all the weird rumors about how you quote unquote couldn't burn it, couldn't destroy it? It would cause curses in your house. All the stigma behind the Ouija and everything that people, I think even parents or people who were like overly sensitive about, and they would say, man, I can't, that CD caused my house to cause on fire, or I tried to break it and it put itself back together and showed up back in my room.
Well, dog,
Like,
we were specifically told to not put those CDs together and fuck with
right,
the ruins, the hidden ruins at all. Like,
right.
when we were told about the fucking ruins, we were told in a super secretive way, and we were advised, like, hey, I'm telling y'all this because of who you guys are, and this is what you guys do, but this may not be the thing to fuck with. And then when I asked Donald about that, I can't remember what this motherfucker's mystic ass answer was, but it was basically like, the world is not ready to know some things. Now, RC Thugs has spent a considerable amount of time breaking down what those ruins are, and it's like, it's hard to get an answer, and I'm just like, I don't know if the answer's not there and it's just made up, because I know RC spent so much time like going over these ruins, or
Oh yeah,
if
those
it,
I saw those and
or
like,
if
oh, you
someday
guys
he's
are
gonna just
getting
find
closer to the
something.
craziest shit.
I'm like, yo, we don't know what time Donald was on. Like, is RC just missing one thing, and he's gonna realize it, and this is gonna be like, huh? So all that esoteric fucking crazy shit, like, we don't know what
Also,
time
is
Donald
there
Cunningham
any
was on.
other album that you've heard of in music other than possibly some old 60s rock shit, play it backwards, hear a weird maybe he said, maybe he didn't, but is there any other album in music that has had this much lore around it, you think?
Two of them, the Beatles, Sergeant Pepper's Deadly Band, or whatever it's called,
Okay.
and
I was
and
hoping you'd say that, like Paul is dead, that whole
Paul
thing.
is Paul is dead, bro. Man,
Yeah,
cold
okay.
dog,
Yeah.
man, dog. Yeah. All right, we there, man. Once again, but also the Michael Jackson "Dangerous" album cover, I think on
Ooh.
par.
I don't
Made
know if I've delved into Michael that much, like that deeply on
I met
those.
back in '01. I met this like hardcore militia dude, and he was telling me, "You ever seen the Michael Jackson "Dangerous" album cover?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I have it." He's like, "But you ever look inside it?" And he's like, Michael Jackson's got a spaceship, right?" And I'm like, "He's got a space. He's been to outer space." And he said that the continents don't look like the way they look, and all this stuff. But I forgot what he told me. But he said that not just the cover of the Dangerous cover, but like he said there's animals on every single page, and and he explained how to decode the whole thing, but
Mm,
I wasn't on that level yet when he was telling me all this stuff. But those are the two I'd throw out
okay.
there.
I I
Those
I,
are the
I
first
will
three.
And
say
how legendary is that? Michael Jackson, the Beatles, and Bone
I
Thugs and
Yeah.
Harmony.
I will
Just
just
think
say
about that.
too the the Machiavelli album, because of the timing and
Oh,
all the shit, has
yeah. Mm.
it. A lot of it now might be pretty worked
That's
out because of the
after
world,
though.
but
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
time during
yeah.
Machiavelli's 7 Day Theory,
That was deep. That was deep.
bananas on a different level,
Yeah.
because the Bone shit was like, yo, what kind of fucking weird, but like the Machiavelli shit was like, yo,
Right.
Shook shot him, like
I
crazy
think that
shit.
was more of like a detective story. We're trying to find out who killed Pac. Is Pac really dead?
Yeah.
What's going? Whereas Bone, it's like I'm telling you, I heard that you could use this CD to get yourself a lot of money. Like what? Like what are you talking about? Like
Yeah.
Bro, and the way it was told us about the runes initially in that email, it was saying it was on some Indiana Jones National Treasure tip where you take
wow.
two of the CDs and you have to take two editions and then put them on top of each other and like turn it 45 degrees and then hold it into the light
Okay.
at like a 45-degree angle when the sun is at perihelion at but it
Okay.
didn't turn out that way. You could just visually see it. You don't need to
So is
combine
this
them
what the
together.
meetup is this what the meetup's going to be about then?
I mean,
No.
it could be, it could be, especially if RC shows up. Holy cow!
Oh, if
Yeah,
RC shows up, fucking forget about it.
yeah.
Shit.
We're not going to
RC
sleep.
showing up. No.
All right.
I also think some of those Iron Maiden records. I don't. There's something. Do you know what I'm talking about, Cold? I don't know if those fit in with some of your history, but do you ever see those Iron Maiden covers from the '80s?
I know rock bands that, and that's what I was saying. Other than rock bands in like the 60s, 70s, I know that a lot of them played into it. I know a lot of them were either like going for a certain thing, but I just always remember East 1999 Eternal having
Yeah.
this, and I would
Oh,
say like our generation's like
for hip
this is
hop.
like some shit, and especially in hip hop, like
Yeah.
this is beyond just regular artwork. This is beyond just regular lyrics and setups and stuff. Like, so yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Bone or Machiavelli is that's a great question though. Like, what other covers are on this level that still has intrigue? Well, the Snoop Doggy Style album was a comic book, so I'm not saying that has any mysterious thing in it, but that was an iconic cover at the time. The Chronic. I'm trying to think though. I remember there was one other album cover that was like not bone level, but in a different way. Can't think. If I think of it, I'll bring it up. That's a
I
great
still just
question.
think another thing for just East 1999 and all of its greatness, I think it just adds to it. Like there's just so much about it from each piece of the album. I don't know how detailed, like some guys just fucking stand in front of their street and then a bunch of artwork people throw on some logos and like, but with this it was something else. Like even the CD itself, the case, the like you guys say, the actual the manufacturing of the CD itself. Like I don't know how many albums have that much work put into it unless it was like a special anniversary edition or something that was planned. Like,
Yeah. The ruthless art team, man. So incredible. You look at like Julio, even with the what was
Streets
the
of
E?
Compton.
Yeah, yeah, and straight off the motherfucking streets of Compton, that shit, and it had the scratch, like it was like a scratch ticket.
Scratch off.
So
Yeah.
to read the title of the album, you had to actually scratch it off.
right.
Those guys were
Bro,
killing it.
and with the guy that called in earlier with the cool walls, that the Easy E, it's Andre 187 them. That
Mhm.
album cover is so iconic, man. And I bet you there is something secret in that cover as well. Um,
Some disrespect to Dr. Dre, I'm sure.
yeah.
Something along that line. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Because a
there's a
lot of that was
blatant.
carried over from Easy, right? Because he's a fan of metal and things
Yeah.
Oh
like
yeah.
that. The filmography of it all.
Well,
Like,
there's
yeah.
a blatant. I mean, there's a blatant diss to Dre. I mean, it's not even hidden. It's him in the world class wrecking crew. That I think that helped out. I don't know if Lonzo made out on that or if Dre got any royalties from world class wrecking crew, but it had a Streisand effect because all of a sudden I was like, "Yo, let me hear this world class wrecking crew album," And then you hear it and you're like, Dog, I've been listening to this album my whole life. I didn't even know it. Like that was Dr. Dre? Holy shit. So yeah. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about, right? You guys heard the World Class Wrecking Crew tracks? With Dr. Dre is
Oh, I mean,
MSIC.
I've heard them. Like, I mean, I don't know them like that. I know them from a historical, like, as I became a hip hop head, I was like, I guess I should go back and find out about this.
Same.
Heard
Dude,
it. Heard it
hey,
once.
Cecil, did you I hope I didn't send this to you, but did I ever send you the video Disco Dancing Dudes with 808 and
Oh,
Papa
sure.
Frito?
I have every
I mean, you wouldn't forget it. No,
video you've ever done. No,
okay.
I have
That's
I
World
have
Class
I have
Wrecking Crew.
uncut videos from the fucking Fusion Fortress. Okay.
Yeah.
Unedited. Yeah, I seen it. I seen it. All right, let's spin some motherfuckers. Okay.
All right. Hope you all got your memberships in. We're
This
ready
is
to
it.
do this.
All right. Let's see.
Make sure you check on Patreon too. Make sure there's no new people that
did it.
Okay, you
man.
got this. You
I
got this,
did
bro.
it. Woo-hoo. This guy thinks I don't know. Okay, you see the wheel and everything looks good.
Oh wait. Don't spin it yet. Don't spin it yet. We got to do this thing like do it right with Splack Pack.
I'm gonna let's see. I'm gonna take me out of here. Where's John? I'll take John out. We'll take RC.
Man, what's a Rillo?
Is that everybody? All right. We took all us out. Let's shuffle the deck.
Shuffle.
John,
Shuffle them up.
John, don't play something that gets us a copyright strike. I've been fucking fighting the temptation to play Eternal all night.
Y'all want to hear some Eternal sniffing?
Oh,
Matt said, "Fuck no."
if
All
we
right.
waited, I already listened to it today. We made it this long into the video.
We're
Do you
good.
think the remix of Crossroads could get played with that? Never mind. No, I'm just
Bro, that would
First spin. This one is for the entire Beatbox LLC package.
Dang.
It's got a signed poster from Smokey the Bandit from Fleshbone Global. It's got a white with a black logo, Bone Thugs and Harmony t-shirt. It's got a copy of My Thoughts by Kane that is signed, a copy sealed of Busy Bone, I'm Busy with his sons, and the very rare Carbon Monoxide Gold Edition. That's right, the very fucking rare Gold Edition. It's got that in it.
damn.
I'll throw some other Beyond the Harmony.
That's a whole lot of winnings, man, for a single spin, bro. Man.
Single spin. I could have broken it up, but that's, when she sent it to us, that's not the way. She wanted to bless somebody with the ultimate victory. So I'm gonna throw that shit. We ready?
Well.
Wait.
What? Do it, dog. Do it, dog.
Here we go.
Ah! It's going. It's going. And oh snap.
How the fuck do I say that?
Arkanawa. It's like Arkanoid from Atari.
Arkanawa was the first
Nice.
super chat tonight of $20. That
Nice.
is karma coming back in the most positive, beautiful way.
Congrats.
Damn.
What?
We have a winner who's actually active in the chat as they win,
active
right?
in
Nice.
the motherfucking chat
Yeah,
right
love to see
now
it.
was a super chat giver. Yo, that's beautiful. This is one
This
of
is
my
one
most
of the
favorite
most serious
wins.
things we've given away too,
That's
for
what's
sure.
up.
That's
Thanks
a
to
beautiful win.
Beatbox.
All you got to do is beyondtheharmony99@gmail.com. Send us a email. Let us know that you're the winner. Just send us a little screenshot of like your user tab on YouTube so we know it's your account, and shoot us over your name and address, and you just won yourself a Beatbox LLC exclusive fucking box full of stuff. So that's fantastic, man. I'm glad that somebody was in the room with us.
Nice.
And got to see it happen. That's beautiful.
Wow.
That's beautiful.
Congrats. And thanks again to Beatbox LLC for sponsoring the spin.
Yeah. Narkanoa for the $20 super chat, getting the big karma back live in person. All right. Number 2, they're going to win a E1999 Eternal gold pin from the box. John, I'll have you show it off after the spin.
Okay.
From the box. Somebody's getting this.
Ride it, go. Ride it, go.
Bro Tuck, I don't know who the fuck you are. You're brand new. Welcome to the gang, Bro Tuck. You just won as well. That's phenomenal. BeyondTheHarmony99@gmail.com. All you got to do is send us over an email. Just give us a little screenshot of your user tab so we know it's you on YouTube. And shoot us your name and address, and we're going to be sending you that pin. You're the runner-up winner of the 30th anniversary E1999 Eternal Beyond the Harmony motherfucking Skull and Crossroads Society spins. John, you got the pin? You got the Eternal pin right there?
Yep. Hold up. Let me go grab it. Let me grab it. And just before I forget, I want to say Lib21 and Enoch, we ain't forgot about you.
Are those my guys? Are those the ones on my list? Hey, the good news is I'm going to have 3 now, okay? Because I got to send out the B-Box box, too.
My first headset ran out of battery, so I couldn't go grab the set during the spin. So just Cole could fill the spot. I'll be right back to get the box.
Cold-blooded. You know? What? Espress says, is this a first? I don't know if it's a first. I think people might have won they were in the chat before. No, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time though. It's been a long. Remember, like season 1, you and John made a rule because what's her name won every
1985.
Gemini rule. That's a throwback, right? I hope she's doing well.
Yeah.
I remember I didn't even play. Like before I joined the show, I was like, "Oh, Gemini's just gonna win."
Yeah.
But didn't you have a system back then for like?
Comments.
Was it missed comments or was it?
It was comments, and it was a random comment picker, and all you had to do was go to the prize. You'd go to the video where I was showing off what you were gonna win, and I remember
you cut her off after 3.
They weren't getting enough love, and which was crazy because you asked John, like all I wanted to do was give away bone stuff, and like they just weren't getting the love, and then they went away for a long time. We gave away a bunch of shit though. We did an Instagram giveaway when Mo Thug's Greatest Hits came out, and Cody made us a custom Mo Thug's Greatest Hits poster that had the Beyond the Harmony logo on it. We gave that away on Instagram.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was
really one of a kind, man.
Signed by him, and they got a copy of Mo Thug's Greatest Hits. I gave away a really nice version of the Harmony House chain. Once we hit so many subscribers.
I remember that.
I gave away a Faces of Death way back then. Bone Thugs NL gave us a beautiful copy of a Busy Bone like Resurrection era poster, but it was like one of his prints from the photographer, and he had it printed in a full like poster size, and it was unbelievable.
Somebody won that. Was holding his braids.
Yeah. So
I remember,
somebody won that. So
cool.
we had a few, but yeah, they weren't getting the love. I've been very happy with Skull and Crossroads Society has brought it all back and made it worth it to do the giveaways. I love doing it.
That Cody video is still sitting somewhere unreleased in our video collection.
In the thousands of
somewhere buried. It's out there.
Yeah,
it's out there. So do I got the pins? I got the pins. We're going to display the box just to pull this one out. This is actually a pretty cool
put
pin.
It like in front of you. Yeah, there you go.
All right, hold up. Let me see. All right. Now this one is the. It's this one. It's the East. It's like a sign, a street sign. Yeah,
from the cover.
So that's the one we're giving away here. Pulling it out, almost looks like a tomahawk. Oh, and by the way, no one's claimed the Thug Line license plate still. So we still got this. By the way, I can't hear myself. Let me just take one of these ears off. Yeah. So we still got the license plate. I don't know if you want to do another spin on that, but tonight is the Eternal. There it is.
Very nice. Very nice. Feels like we're winding down. If anybody wants to get in at the last second, 733-570-6161. The password is Eternal. Jump on Zoom. Get in here with your boys. Tell us about your favorite Eternal moment.
I want to hear some more origin stories. Those always make me like.
Yeah, everybody
always
that's
gets
called
me.
in told us their Eternal story. I'm like, that's incredible. Love it. Love it.
Just to throw this one before you do the spin,
We
a
spun
real
them.
hard
Spun them
one
both.
would be oh, we did. Wait. Oh, that's right. Wait. So I
Yep.
didn't. So we did the spin for the. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So best verse on the Eternal album. What's the best verse?
Oh,
We never did that one on question of the
brother,
week.
I don't fucking know that answer. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't know. That's a fair question, John. Like, I don't think I've ever said this to you. Like, I play
Oh.
your games, right? I don't know. I don't know if this is a fair question.
I don't have an answer for it either. I'm glad you guys turned it down. I had to say it.
He said,
So-
I
I don't-
play your games.
I don't know if I've ever said no to you, John, right? Like, I'll laugh and play with you. But, like, I do think I just put my foot down on the internet to you.
There's a line, the habitual line stuff, right? It got to the line. Yep.
You
That-
found your limit, right? Just tonight.
I'm glad you put your foot down because I didn't want to have to do that one either.
Best verse on Eternal.
But we'll throw that to the chat.
Absolutely, man.
What's the best verse? Beyond the Harmony, we're not doing this one. I don't even think Cole wants to do
chat.
it.
I
But,
really want to know what all 75.
Maybe. Cole,
I want to see
Cold-blooded,
75
you got an
different
answer?
answers.
He didn't
You
sound
know,
like it.
Wishbone on Mo Murder is pretty impressive if you really think about it.
I like that. It is pretty good.
Because I
I
just want to
think-
be the devil's advocate at that moment.
If I placed money, I would put my money on Busy's verse on the introduction. Like if we had can we do surveys or those, the polls, chat
Is
polls?
there a better beginner verse at least, opening verse at least? Yeah.
I think I've seen the most people say that that's their favorite verse, like all time.
Because then it comes to like you're saying, Lazy on East 1999. I mean, how hyped do you get when you first hear him come in?
Yeah.
Hold up. John's trying to get us to answer the question.
Yeah.
No.
We're throwing out candidates. We're not saying, we're just trying to figure out who we're
Can't just
putting
make
up
a
for
statement,
election.
debate other people, John. Disrespectful.
So does this thing allow for polls? Can we do polls in the chat?
I'd have to list all the fucking tracks or all the verses or whatever.
Yeah, just comment.
Here's one. When did Eternal initially get like diamond status? Like I know it was like there's the initial run and then there's like the longevity of its like sales, but I'm pretty sure that it's like
it's not certified diamond. It's
not
certified,
but I'm pretty sure that in the overall, like
I think the argument is if you were to add up all the sales,
yeah,
it's diamond. The problem is the thing that people don't acknowledge is to be diamond, it's all sales from that country is what makes it diamond. So if you add up their worldwide sales, it's diamond.
Really?
But the thing that makes the Tupac like All Eyes on Me, or is it All Eyes on Me? One of them's diamond. I think it's All Eyes on Me.
It's rough because when it comes to physical sales, I know Bone is there because they actually sold in those higher levels than like most artists even could have wished to at a certain point. That's what made them special. Like,
yeah, because this says
and like you said, it's a worldwide thing. Like artists weren't selling in Australia the way Bone was for whatever reason. Like at certain points, like.
What's the overall
United
number they
States,
always
it's
brag about?
It's 4 times platinum in the United States.
It's been up to 80, I believe, 75, 80 million records sold.
What's interesting is who was
and then
it?
It became like a cool 50 at one point, I think, if you do like American, maybe. But that's their entire career. I think like.
So I guess the question would be, when was the first time Lazy announced the record sales on a song? The first one that comes to my mind is Thug
Change
Music.
the World? Oh, wait.
Thug Music Plays On is the first one that comes to my mind, but maybe Change the World probably predates that because Thug Music Play On was like 2001, right? 2001? Down to Earth soundtrack. After 30 million records sold, Ain't Nothing Changed, and everybody
After
wanted
30
to be like
million, after 30, and that's like before Resurrection or after?
It's like right after, because it's like the
Because
collection volume
Resurrection
2
still
dropped.
is considered platinum. So, um,
I'll tell you right now, if they were really diamond and they had a diamond plaque, y'all motherfuckers, they would not be quiet about it, okay? You've never
oh
heard,
well, yeah,
you've
no,
never
but I
heard
just mean
Bone.
overall in physical sales, it really does come down to like the era. You couldn't sell, once MP3s killed that though, it's still really impressive that like this one album, again, the most rebought, most stolen.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Uh,
who was it that came on and said it was like the most stolen album of all time, and that if those
a lot of
sales,
sources have actually backed that up.
yeah, and if those were counted as sales, that they would have been, even more.
Right.
So yeah, I have heard that a lot. We had, like
And
I
I
said,
do believe even if you were talking 8 million, 9 million, that's still like when it comes to a single album like that, of course you over time, of course you would say it's a diamond album because again, so and so's second album didn't sell that much. Whoever else's group albums weren't selling like that. Like so East 1999 Eternal and Art of War. I know Art of War is like that cool, like what, 3?
Yeah, I'm always questioning how does
But
when they
again,
do
East
a double
1999 is
album,
like through the roof.
yeah, when
Like
they do
yeah,
a
and
double album,
album,
how does
yeah.
that count for the sale? Because I've always
They get
been
two.
under the
They remember
they
the,
get
the way
two.
you can remember it is that song. Eminem's first track. I just don't give a fuck. He said you couldn't sell 2 copies if
No,
you pressed the
I
double
know
album.
that, but like,
Right.
is that accurate though, or is that just him talking shit, or like,
No, that's accurate. No,
Well,
because
also
that's
even in sales, it costs more, so it probably fucks the initial sale up. Whereas like a kid's gonna buy a 13.99 versus a 21.99.
because hasn't that always been the argument too about how many albums they actually released through Ruthless? Did Art of War count as 2 albums? Does the collection count at all?
no, it does because that's how Tupac got through his Death Row thing. Was All Eyes on Me was a double CD, and then the Machiavelli.
I'm going to leave this for RC Thugs because I don't want to spew off into a big side thing. But if we look back at what they said that the album deal was, how many albums they had to complete to get off their deal, if you count Art of War as 2 and you count the collections and stuff, I'm pretty sure they were over their deal, which has posed a big argument on this show before about, did they leave Ruthless as soon as they could have, or did they stick around, etc.
Well,
Yeah,
that
there's-
THUG's album definitely had to fulfill something too, because that was that never in Bones' career did we get an album like that.
That's what
Like,
I say too. I always say the timeline for that is they were already off the label by then. I think that was something. I think they went back and did that out of trade.
Yeah.
Because I believe they were already with Full Surface and Busy Bone was already his own whatever.
Oh, super chat, Dave Nouse.
Wow.
Dave Nouse, $100. Thank you. Hold on. Thanks for all you guys do to keep the Bone community going. It's been great to hear everyone's experience with E1999 Eternal and to see I'm not alone and how it's impacted me. Absolutely, brother. It has been an amazing 30 years. Who would have thought that that little album 30 years later would have all these grown men and few women talking nerd shit, but here we are, dude. I can't believe, we didn't even talk about it, but what did we pass for subscribers as we started today, John?
Oh yeah, we're at 106,000. 106,000.
Yeah, we hit 106,000 like as the show fucking started. We were in mute as the intro was running, and John's like, "Oh, there's 106,000." 106,000 subscribers for a Bone Thugs and Harmony podcast. 30 years after arguably one of the greatest hip hop albums of all time. Amazing, dude. What an amazing time. And I think that even though we've talked pretty much exclusively about Eternal, I know we've all kind of gone on something at some point. Amazing time frame. When you look at when I said about the points earlier, like, yo, that was their first star-studded like cast, right? It's true. But those guys weren't mega stars yet, a lot of them. Like, you think of that cast, right, but then you think of that time frame. They were all, they were all freshmen together. You know, I say that loosely, knowing they all didn't come out the same year, but a lot of the people on the points, they were all young. They were all coming up. Like, what a magical time when you look. Now we look at the points and we go, this is, with a couple exceptions, this is like, holy fucking all-stars. But at the time, it wasn't like that. We all came up in hip-hop at such a, you know, what a wow moment for everybody. We got every single fucking week a new album, classic album was coming out.
Yeah, every week, bro. Looking forward to it. Was a Tuesday, right? Tuesday the albums dropped.
Yeah. Tuesday was a big deal for whatever. Yeah.
Back then.
So, hey, man, are we gonna go through the track list just to do it, or are we tapped?
I don't think. I mean, I don't think we have to.
I think everyone here has heard the album, John.
Okay.
For 30 years, brother.
Yeah, we're celebrating Eternal, not the 18 tracks from Eternal plus the side projects. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Did you guys ever wish Me Killer was a full song?
No. Did you?
He just laughed it out. He said no.
Well, here, let me throw this one out there just to throw the wrench. I never was a fan of Down 71. However, I think it's the best written song in Bones' entire collection, to the point that I like almost, I'm like, man, I know they wrote it, but it's hard to believe that teenagers wrote that track. If you ever look at it and look at some of the vocabulary they used and how they were able to structure a short story, which most people take college courses to learn creative writing and you get trained in how to do it. These guys inherently knew how to craft a story with a beginning, middle, and end, characters, setting. They had all the elements of storytelling in a song. And we assume they didn't have a formal, a training.
I'm gonna one up you, man. Sons of Assassins is pretty
good
ahead
point.
of their time. Like,
good point. Good point. Yeah. Okay. Touche. Touche. And actually, Hellsent, if we're, Hellsent actually has characters as well. But Hellsent feels kind of like juvenile, right? I mean, we all wrote stories like that when we were kids. But how the heck did they write Down 71, especially Busy Bones' verse? I mean, the other verses have cool sound effects and stuff, but talking about arraignments and looking at the eyes of the judge, so much stuff on that track is just way ahead of
that Eazy-E movie influence is where I saw that. That's like Eazy-E direction, I swear.
Well, I'm giving late props to Down 71. It's not that I never not liked it. It was other tracks that I was more into at the time. So, but I appreciate it a lot more now as an adult than I did back then. Well, okay, here's one for you. What was your favorite then and what's your favorite now? Is that one, Matt, does that pass the approval test?
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Is it
that's a very acceptable question.
Because I think it's changed, right? You probably had a favorite then, but over time. Well, actually, we know Colts was Land of the Heartless, right?
Yeah, that stood up pretty much to it. But I'd say probably I was more on the Mo Murda stuff in my younger days. I'd say the more darker, grittier bone stuff. But Land of the Heartless, I appreciate is more of just, yeah.
Cecil, what about you?
I don't know. That's tough. As a kid, I mean, it was probably something like Die Die Die,
right?
E.1999. Man, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. Like, what the fuck's your favorite? I'm also gonna say this. At some point, the CROSSROADS was like everyone's favorite. Okay, I'm not saying 100 out of 100 people, but 95 out of 100, it was their favorite song at some point, and they're bullshitting if they're saying there wasn't. This song's influence on the motherfucking world was so big, it was ridiculous. Okay, ridiculous. Like, and again, like now it's worn on us for 30 years, right? Like. As a hardcore Bone fan, it's almost like, oh yeah, cool, the fucking CROSSROADS, right? But like, when you think of that time, people weren't worn on it yet, bro. You couldn't wait to hear Trey singing in that church. You
Right.
fucking had that thing sitting on MTV, and you didn't even have to wait long because it was gonna play every half hour. So I just want to say, I truly believe at some point everybody was in love with the Crossroads. We just we just ruined it. I actually, this is funny because Cold Blood is gonna hate this, but Shots of the Double Glock has really grown on me. But it's
Nice.
it's probably because we've interviewed Tony Tone, we've interviewed fucking Mohart, we've interviewed fucking
Oh yeah, of course.
101, Sin, so it's like talking to them and getting to know them, I think added a level to that song that probably didn't exist for me before the show. Like I sat in a fucking car riding around with 101, okay, when he was in my city, in a fucking car with him riding around talking about that song and everything that went with it. So I think that song I'm not going to say it's my favorite. It's too hard for me to really pick a favorite out of this. Every time I'm about to say one, I'm like, well, but I will say the one that has probably gained the highest amount of traction is Shots of the Double Glock, because again, I'm so connected to these guys that, at some point we knew almost nothing about 101, so yeah, that one's gained the most traction for me.
Nice.
Matt,
But yeah. So wait, did you give us so Shots of the Double Glock is now, and back then what was you say Crossroads?
Nah, I would say, well, I mean, definitely. There was definitely a point where the Crossroads probably was my favorite when I was a kid because the song was so big. But it was probably Die, Die, Die when I was a
that's
kid. I just fucking loved that song. But again, there's so many. It's hard for me to really put myself in that place. But I do really remember just like, not so much the skits, the part that you don't really like, I also don't think like I was in love with, just because I wanted Die, Die, Die to be fucking 10 minutes long with them just rapping like that. I don't know what my favorite is now, but Shots to the Double Glock, I'm not saying it's my favorite. I'm not even saying it's close, but I'm just saying, like, if it was a stock market, the stock on Shots to the Double Glock has gone up so substantially compared to back then.
Like that.
It really has. So that's like the best answer I can give you without really
Yeah, that's a good one. That's good. And I like so far we got varying answers. Matt's about to drop one on us. What you got, Matt?
I think that's the most Beyond the Harmony answer is Shots to the Double Glock, because without Beyond the Harmony, it would still be just mysterious. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what Beyond the Harmony is about, right? So that answer is hard to beat, but my answer is super generic, to be honest. Like Crossroads is what made me like music. It took a long time to get sick of it. Maybe because like the time and place that I could listen to music back then was limited, maybe. And also, my brain was so empty at that age that it could take up way more space because I had so little to live for or that made me feel passionate about anything. But I think, if Crossroads somehow didn't exist back then, it was probably down 71 because it was like a story, which is a pretty bone answer. But like when I listened to it today, it was Mo Murda, just the high energy level mixed with the darkness, and like I said earlier, just the chimes or bells get me every time. I think, but like nowadays, if I had to show someone the album, maybe in that sense, um, like if I had to pick one song to show to someone and Crossroads didn't exist, I'm not sure. The most accessible is definitely First of the Month, but the one that almost anyone can latch onto, like people love a good positive hip hop song or whatever, right? Even though it's really about extreme poverty and tragedy. That's not how it feels when you listen to it, right? You feel like they're winning. But I don't know if I had to play it nowadays. I guess it would depend if it's for a rap fan or not. Like if they like rap, probably still might be down 71.
Oh,
Great answers. Great answers. I can't believe we've held the crowd that we've held all night. What amazing night. Feels like we're winding down, but I'll give everybody one more shot. 733-570-6161. The password is eternal. We're still holding out a big super chat goal. If you haven't hit that super chat, this is your chance. If you love what we do at Beyond the Harmony, if you love what we have done for almost 7 fucking years, hit that super chat. Show your boys some love. Every single dollar that you put into the show always goes back to it, whether it's giveaways or upgrades or whatever it is. I can't believe we've done it. Do you know we're celebrating Beyond the Bone Thugs and Harmony Eternal for 30 years? But in that 30 years, 7 of those 30 years, we have done Beyond the Harmony.
Wow.
Hard to
Dang.
believe.
Bro, and you know, you were talking about shouts to the double Glock. I hope through the 7 years that we've done this, and we were kind of alluding to this, Matt and everybody, was that I hope the Mo Thugs have become more part of everybody's life. You know, all these interviews, I hope we brought, you know, people that you might have just known or seen on the albums but didn't really know them. I hope you all know them all now, and they're all, you know, part of your lives now. When you hear these old albums again, they mean more. Just like shouts to the double Glock means more to Cecil now. I hope through all this process that it means a lot more to everybody. I know it does for me. And yeah, no, absolutely. It's been an awesome journey, man. 7 years is crazy. We're actually like, we're going to have a 10-year at some point. We're going to be like almost 1/3 of Bones history that Beyond the Harmony is now. That's bananas. It's crazy. By the way, I just want to give since we're on Eternal, I want to say Stay Trill by Trade the Truth and Crazy Bone is Eternal-esque. It's one of the best remake songs, reimagined songs that I've ever heard. And for the Miami bass lovers out there, dog, the bass on Stay Trill, that's my number 2 track whenever I get new speakers. Stay Trill is the second track I play. Sometimes it's the first.
Arkanoa
The second
with
is
another $20 super chat, man. Much love.
nice.
Big Skull and Crossroads Society winner today.
And the other one is Fortune Force Field by Tech 9. But Stay Trill, I've been talking about it probably the whole time we've been doing the show, all 7 years. I love that track. Anytime I hear it, I got to go back and listen to Mr. Bill Collector. So if anybody's not familiar with Trade the Truth, Stay Trill, Crazy Bone, check that track out. That shit is the bomb. It's worthy of borrowing from Eternal, in my opinion. Actually, I'm curious, Cole, are you good with that track? You know what I'm talking about?
I am very familiar with that track. Yes, sir.
Is it blasphemous for me to grant it Eternal-esque, that it could be part of the universe, the extended universe?
I mean, that might be a more personal note on it, but it's definitely a great song. You know what I'm saying? I don't compare much to Eternal. I think too many people do.
I'm saying in the extended universe, like not the Eternal, but just
Man,
again,
pushing real hard for a yes.
no. I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to like.
All I can say is that Texas, more than most other places, though, embraced Bone, I think, to the fullest. Almost every Texas artist has given Bone their props, their shout outs. They sampled them. Chameleonaire, Trey, all of them have definitely paid homage and have incorporated it into their careers as well. So I believe that's the more important thing, is that they are rightfully so paying homage, featuring Crazy Bone, sampling Bone, doing stuff in similar cadences is definitely good to see. I think they help carry it on more than some other people who kind of like shun Bone in a weird way, or blackball them, as people would say.
Here's a question that I proposed in the video series that RC wrote for Eternal, but I want to see. I think I might have asked Matt and Cecil this in the past, and I'll ask Cole now. For me, the first, East 99, Eternal, Crept and We Came, and Down 71, they've always blended together in my mind. Do you guys differentiate those mentally? Like, if I just dropped in Crept and We Came in the middle, would you?
It's because of the blending shit, though, right? That he did, and what's the one that I might be giving something out that we haven't released.
You're
yet.
talking about the album transition?
Yeah,
yeah.
But what's the one, John, that RC discovered would have been either earlier or later in the album? And maybe I'm giving something away, and if I am,
no, it's been well, part of it's been said. So yeah, at the end of Eternal, you got the sneeze, the eternal sneeze.
Yeah, but
I said it.
but it
And
lines
then
up
and
perfectly
yeah, with Mr.
what?
Ouija. With Mr. Ouija. So the way the wind and the transition sound effects, if you listen to the way Mr. Ouija 2 and RC, if you're still out there, correct it. But the you know how each song has like sound effects that bridge the songs together. Mr. Ouija 2 sounds like it's not placed correctly on the album where it's
Yeah.
placed. It sounds like it should be placed, I think,
Mm.
after down 71, maybe. RC is out there. So let us know what the right answer is. Okay, so
RC,
RC,
it's
you got it, yeah.
which song is
Ouija
it
2.
that was supposed to blend in and it was moved around? It's Mo Murder, and what was the song that it should have been? East
East
1999.
99 intro, Mr.
Yeah,
Ouija.
so if you listen to the end of East 1999 and you listen to the beginning of Mr. Ouija 2, they blend perfectly.
Mm.
And
Nice.
if you listen to them in their current state, it's like, oh yeah, there is a little bit of a weird, like abruptness after East 1999. Like it just ends abruptly. But if you put those two together, so that brings up a bunch of questions, right? One would be, was East 1999 supposed to be later in the album, or was Mr. Ouija 2 supposed to be earlier in the album? Right? Like, because you got those so spaced out, and it's pretty clear now that we had a lot of different little changes that happened in the album in post. And so it's like, you know, does that, again, having the Easy E verse, does it make a massive difference to it? You know, even lesser Butterfly Effect was splitting those two songs up, but how much does that change the record to have East 1999 followed up by Mr. Ouija versus the way it is now?
Nice.
Does
Yeah.
does that change it, right? Like instead of it going East 1999 into Eternal, it goes East 1999 into Mr. Ouija into
Theoretically, it kind of would be consistent with the way Creeping on a Come Up was, right? It went from like the intro to Mr. Ouija to Thuggish Ruggish Bone, right? If I remember correct. So they, I guess, throwing Mr. Ouija closer, part two, closer to the beginning would be kind of consistent with it.
right, 'cause it was
However,
like intro song, Mr. Ouija song or some shit.
yeah,
So it would have been
all
the same thing. It would have been like intro East 1999, Mr. Ouija, another full song.
Yeah, but think about this. I mean, but just the way it actually is, though. East 99999. Where you from? Straight from the land of the heartless, right? So like the way it is, if I'd be upset if the way East 99 blends into Eternal, if that wasn't there, I like it blends so perfect. I wouldn't change it. Like I don't.
For sure, but you've also got used to it for 30 years.
Yeah,
If it would have
I
been,
think it would have killed it. I'm glad Mr. Ouija's not at the beginning of the album. I'm glad
I
it's
do too, but
farther
now with the way that you pointed out Creeping on a Come Up, that is the way it went. It went intro, and then was Mr. Ouija the second or third song on Creeping on a Come Up?
I think it's the second because I remember
Second.
thinking
Second.
like, "Yo, this is like heavy on interlude crap at the beginning." Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Pretty interesting shit. And you know, what if the, is it Land of the Heartless? Which one's the one Cold Blooded that we think Strictly for My Grind was?
Oh, so no shorts, no
No
losses.
shorts, no losses. Why do I keep saying Land of the Heartless?
Because they're right next to each other. Like,
Yeah. So there's a theory.
because
So,
and when you're talking about consistency, those are two pretty full songs to be next to each other. You know, sometimes you would have something a little shorter to break up because back then that's almost like 2, 4, 5 minute songs back to back. That's pretty long. Like when it comes to consistency, like they must have moved some stuff around for like longevity purposes, which is why you'll get like a Mikilla or something like that, like to break up the long drawn out like.
Well, here's a trivia. Every song on the album has been mentioned tonight except one.
every song has been mentioned tonight except for one.
Yeah, somebody's mentioned like whether it was the chat, somebody mentioned Crept and We
Well,
Came. I think-
Cecil just mentioned Crept and We Came, which I thought was the one because I know what you're saying, John. That's why I kept trying to bring up like what song hasn't been talked about.
Crossroad, the original. And
Oh shit.
Well,
What I'll say about Crossroad the original is when RC discovered that article about was it Boo's death or Wally's death on 133rd, 123rd. You now experience the song Crossroad differently. Like it wasn't just some random numbers. It was literally like giving you the news report of the death. So it really brought those articles like so. And I guess I'll point this out. I always feel like there's a I don't think it's this audience, but I think when people see these archaeology, BTNH archaeology episodes that we've been dropping with these old articles, the purpose behind it is we're discovering, we're learning about the songs that we like. It's getting more, we're extracting more out of Eternal, we're extracting more out of Creeping on a Come Up, and extracting more out of Art of War. So that seems to be the era that everybody likes. So we're just trying to find all additional pieces to it to enhance the experience. And that particular article put the song Crossroad, the original, in a whole new light. If you guys haven't seen it, go into the BTNH Archaeology playlist and look it up. It makes the song make sense. I was always a fan of Crossroad, the original, over the Crossroads. Still am to this day.
Yeah, I think the Crossroad, like the original, that's the easy Bone fan go to when like a pop guy, oh yeah, the Crossroads, you're like, oh, the Crossroads.
What you know about the original?
What you know
like,
about Crossroad, fool?
Yeah.
Like that. That's my shit. It's just like, but and Cold Blooded will know exactly what I'm talking about, because we both fuck with Juggalo culture in a big way. But
right,
gatekeeping in like fan bases is very big, and I believe we have a heavy gatekeeper fan base as well, especially back in the day. It was like, oh, only 7 of us got this unreleased Bone song that no one's ever heard. Nice. Now the 7 of us can talk about it and no one can fucking know. Like heavy gatekeeping, and
it happened big time.
And dog, Crossroad is like the gatekeeper's gift back then, when people were like all excited about the Crossroads and you were just like, oh, what do you know Crossroad, bro? Do you know about the original? Just like,
Hey, I'm surprised nobody has said this yet. I mean, I'm just doing this to get it out of the way. Eternal Champions. I'm surprised that wasn't even in the
well, I mentioned
intro.
that the video, I was a Sega kid, and I think that's also why I didn't mention Crossroads specifically, because when I look at it, I had the original East 99 before the remix. So growing up with it, I believe, is different than people who got the album, after the fact, or those who didn't even have original Crossroad on there. But I remember the Sega influence heavy because I just so happened to actually play Eternal Champions at that time as well. And I don't think Eternal Champions wasn't as popular as like Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter. So you had to have a Sega Genesis. You had to have it like it was almost like a rare game in itself. And I think that's why, even looking back on it now, the video game samples that DJ Unique really, like, pretty early on, that was a really great production style. When you think about everything after the 2010s, when it comes to video games and anime and everything, way ahead of his time.
Sorry, I'm reading. Go ahead, John.
Well, back on that original topic I was bringing up earlier about the songs blending together. So like some songs stand out. If I just played you 2 seconds of First of the Month, you'd say First of the Month. If I played you 2 seconds of Bud Smokers Only, you'd know it. But if I played you 2 seconds of Eternal and I played you 2 seconds of Crept and We Came, with just 2 seconds, would your mind instantaneously be able to differentiate between the two?
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so they don't blend too far together where you have to actually think, like,
No, but I know what you're saying, though, because it's like it's the same reason I keep saying Land of the Heartless and no, in place of No Shorts, No Losses, because there are moments on here, and I say this about the Art of War too. There are moments on here where I'm like, oh, this wasn't meant to be heard as one song. Like, this is meant to be heard with these songs back to back to back like this. Like, yours, Sorry, got excited, had a cough. There's moments on here that it feels like almost like a play is broken up in parts. Like, okay, if you need a break, you could cut it off here, but don't you dare cut this off before you get to this moment. These songs are supposed to be enjoyed together. And I think you're talking about like the beginning, like the intro, East 99, Eternal, Crept and We Came, even into like Down 71.
Yeah.
It all feels very
blends.
Yeah.
It's like a one song.
I think it's
they
a
just
poster,
give it
though.
to.
Like it's they wanted it that way. I think that's DJ Unique style. Look at the Art of War. Red Pill Crip says, what was y'all's favorite Bones solo album and feature? Bro, we've gone over so many different like versions of this answer over 7 years that it may have changed a million times.
There's probably videos on each section of his questions.
Yeah.
So definitely check out the catalog. Question of the week. I'm sure all those videos have been made for sure, like in depth beyond that you don't want to know the answer anymore.
Yeah, brother. But to give you the short answer, because you're a super chatter, and I want to take care of all my people super chatting. Yeah, I always debate if my favorite solo is it Thug Mentality, is it Heaven's Movie? I always make the argument that if Heaven's Movie was what it was supposed to be, it would probably be Heaven's Movie. But because we got obviously a much fuller Thug Mentality, it's probably Thug Mentality to me. But if Heaven's Movie was what the fuck it was gonna be, Heaven's Movie would probably be the greatest Bone solo shit, hands down, unbeatable. But it's just 40% of a record is what it is. That is anchored by some very strong moments, and then whatever. I will just say though that Thug on the Line is phenomenal, and if you were forced to turn Thug Mentality into one album and then put it up against Thug on the Line, Thug Mentality may not seem as strong. So I didn't give you a direct answer. Hopefully that was some sort of answer. If anybody else wants to answer, I know we've done it 100 times, but he's a super chatter, and I try to hook up the super chatters.
I just want to say favorite feature by far. I know you guys have all heard me say this, but Busy Bone song with Immature, Give Up the Goat.
Yep.
Man, like how is that song not like, I don't know, maybe it was, but like Song of the Summer at the time, like it was beautiful beyond beautiful. So I think as far as solo goes, or
really
like
good.
Because at the time Immature was wildly popular, if I recall right. But then because like what I always thought about it is I wanted it to take off, but like I compared it to Breakdown, and like Mariah Carey's timeless, right? Like one of the greatest singers of all time. But like, why did one go harder, like popularity wise? Maybe because they can't understand a word they're saying. But anyway, like anytime I have an opportunity to Give Up the Ghost, it feathers into Cecil's answer. Like, what would Heaven's Movie, if finished the way he originally intended or wanted, what would that have done for Busy Bone's trajectory? Did he always think he was going to be the Michael of the Bone Five?
That album done right could have done it.
Yeah, right. I think so. And I'm not just trying to be the biggest fanboy in the room or anything, but his singing ability, his innate musical talent, just the way you can tell he knows how to make melodies. What could have been. So that was not even the question you asked.
But that's okay. That's what we do here. Red Pill, you don't have to feel bad either. We weren't saying that, so we were just saying, hey, we have a way more complete answer if you check out our past videos. That'll probably give you way more of an answer than you want with us off the cuff. These are questions that we have thought about in depth and spent hours and hours talking. So I'm sure the real answer you want is out there in our videos. But I'm glad you're new. There's been so many new people tonight. It's amazing that we've had 100,000 subscribers, and the thing that we love here is doing this podcast. But obviously, our side content is what brought in a lot of subscribers. and I always say, hey, the show is what gets the most love, right? But it's the main course. But here we are. There was something about people seeing Eternal, and I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I made all this Eternal shit look different, right? I could have just used the standard, but I made the thumbnail look like Eternal, but like the next day after the Armageddon, right? It's all sunny and stuff, and I'm like, this is gonna grab people in, boy. This is gonna pull motherfuckers in, and I'm glad it did, man. It's been a great night filled with
The way you have the artwork for this with the blue, this is going to transition into what is going to sound like a crazy Johnny question,
I
but
love it. I knew we weren't getting out alive.
well, the funny thing is when I've done this in the videos, people have said, I know what you mean. So maybe they just didn't know. They probably just didn't say, they didn't realize it was wacky Johnny stuff. But seeing this blue storm that you got there, this to me is not the Eternal cover. However, there are colors that I experienced throughout Eternal, and it's not a consistent color. Songs like Mr. Bill Collector is blue and purple to me. And then songs like Crossroad is black and maybe blue, but it's a lot of black and white and red, almost like the Bone logo. And then the first four songs, like from East 99 to Down 71, including Down 71, all of that all takes place in the desert. That desert photograph from Vibe magazine where the five of them are in the desert. They got like fatigues on or like Desert Storm type outfit. You know the picture I'm talking about, right? I hope you do. It's a famous Bone picture from back in the day.
It's like Desert Storm, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, Desert Storm, fatigues, all that. And to me, like that, when I think of Eternal, Crept and We Came, Down 71, and East 1999, but the East 99 has a music video with it. So we'll just say Eternal, Crept and We Came, Down 71. That takes, like, if there was videos for that, in my mind, it would be all desert camouflage. Even though the lyrics may not have nothing to do with it, those are the colors that those instrumentals, those three of them, give to me. And then, those are the major colors. And then Land of the Heartless, that also goes back to that desert, I think. Maybe it's the turn you into sand part. Mo Murder, that's black, red, and white. And those are the main colors that I'm seeing. And I guess the introduction has some colors. If you guys want to delve into wacky Johnny shit, go ahead. It may sound crazy, but there's people out there. I don't know if they're in the chat, but people on the comments that also see it. And I'll throw in Eternal is like a 3-act play. The songs kind of divide, and then there's like the interludes break up the chapters. So there's the beginning, which ends at, but it's either Down 71 or Mr. Bill Collector ends Act 1, and then after that is up until I forget. In the video, there's a video, the Eternal video I made. It explains the whole thing. You guys know what I'm saying when I talk about the colors at all? Like, do the colors that Cecil has there, the blue, is that blasphemous? To me, it's consistent for like Bill Collector, Crossroad, No Shorts, No Losses. I actually think more of the Still Waters cover.
It's funny because I purposely was trying to be blasphemous with the artwork to draw people in. Like, is that Eternal? What the fuck is going on there? So I was kind of shooting for that. But I do understand what you're saying. I don't get it as much with Eternal. I think just because I don't focus on it, but that's how I feel when I listen to Art of War. The Art of War is one big continuous, like, brown, maroon, like gray, silver, black, like, thing all the way through. Except for, like, If I Could Teach the World, which just feels like somebody just made me chew on a box of fucking, like, Starburst or something. But besides that, like, that's how I feel about the Art of War. So I understand what you're saying completely. That's called a thing, right? What's that, like some kind of aura-ass thing?
I think, John, is what you're talking about synesthesia, where one sense ignites another sense? Or I guess that wouldn't really work with color, but I guess it's vision. I might be pronouncing synesthesia wrong, too. I've never heard another human say it out loud.
That's a new one for me, too. I've heard the word before. I don't know the definition. I'm going to Google.
I think it's when one sense takes
You guys should watch the Pharrell movie. He has that. He sees colors when he hears music, supposedly.
Oh, okay. It's Johnny's not so nutty after all. Thank you,
But
Cole.
there was John, I guarantee you've seen the show. Remember the show Heroes?
Yeah, I remember it. I never watched it, but I remember
Oh,
seeing the
no way.
commercials for
Okay,
it.
man, I would have bet money you watched Heroes. So,
Great show.
My parents did.
yeah, one of the people's powers was they saw music in the air and it was colored.
Nice.
Yeah, Mo Thugs, just to hang in there. I think it's because of the artwork though, to go in with that soldier, that brown desert. I believe a lot of those tracks, all the way up until Graveyard Shift's Urban Soldier on the second. I think they all have that desert soldier, desert storm vibe, like war theme. That's what I always picture.
I just want to throw this out here. I wasn't promoting it like this because, we didn't want this to seem like a pressure situation at all, but one of our staff members, Jordan Corey, a very important member of our team. I always say if Jordan wouldn't have started pushing shorts on John and John wouldn't have seen the power of the shorts from Jordan, we may have never got the 100,000 subscriber plaque. Jordan's very important to us. He's going through a few tough times. If you're part of the Discord, he checked in with everybody and let him know where he's at, and he's going through some stuff as our friend and a brother. And we just want to say that all the super chats that came in tonight, everything that we've collected in super chats or donations or anything, we're sending all the way over to our friend Jordan to help him as he's going through his stuff. So we just want you guys to know every dollar that came in today, all the super chats, going out to our boy Jordan, help get him back on his feet and in the running and doing more with Beyond the Harmony. So shout out to our boy Jordan, and thank you to everybody that set up super chats for us tonight.
Yeah, get well soon, man, or hope things work out for you, and looking forward to getting you back in the swing of things.
Yeah, well, he even started editing at one point. If you remember, he was really getting into it. So
we got the Mo Thugs 2 Other Side outro became visualized. So if anybody ever wanted to see that song come to life with what Crazy Bone was talking about in the outro, Jordan made an awesome video on that. And he also did a filled in for Matt on the April 2024 news of the month. Got a question for you. It's an eternal question, and it's actually an eternal creeping on a come up question, and it's about creeping on a come up and crept and we came. So creeping on a come up, crept and we came is the sequel to it. In your mind, do you say, all right, this is the sequel, but I don't believe it? Even though the choruses are the same, they're just reimagined and split up differently, and they're both crazy phonetically spoken. Nobody knows what they're really saying. Cat food, dog food. I don't mentally associate those two songs together. I convince myself that they're sequels, but I don't believe it. I feel like the sequel, it's almost like they changed the whole cast and just sold you another movie, but it's not really a real sequel. And I'm not knocking the songs. I'm just saying they don't feel like it's the same universe. What are your thoughts on the continuity between the two songs? Do they feel continuous to you? Or do you feel like
which
you're
two
lying to
songs?
yourself?
Sorry, I'm editing in the background trying to keep things.
So Crept and We Came, which is on Eternal, is the sequel, the direct sequel to Creeping on a Come Up. But I don't feel like it's a real sequel. Like I lie to myself to convince myself that it's the sequel.
Well, why? What makes you say that?
Well, it doesn't feel like the same storyline. Doesn't feel like the same universe. There's nothing contiguous about it in my mind. Kind of like Crossroad and The Crossroads are like completely different things to me. I'm like it's not the same. It's not even close to the same. So that's just. I'm not knocking the songs. I'm just saying that they don't feel like sequels.
You know what's interesting though is like from my childhood and making music around you, I always feel like you didn't like when a part 2 came along and just like just would fucking ride the nuts of the first one to the point that you were like, why don't you just go listen to the first one if it's going to be like this?
Yeah,
So,
but that part 3 was killing it, dog. I ain't gonna say it, but that part 3 was the shit. All right.
but what I'm saying is though, like, I would assume based on that you would like that more, that they're two independent, complete. But I get it. You feel like but they're supposed to feel different. One is, you're creeping on a come up, and so you're going through the shit. And one is you crept and you came, and now you're here. They should feel completely different.
Are you talking about like the songwriting aspect of it though, whereas like both the original songs are telling more of a story, whereas the second versions are more of just kind of like commentary on it?
No, because
in Creppin' We Came, they're no longer plotting. They're basically rapping.
That's
We
what I'm
making money.
saying.
We
Yeah.
we already got the come up. We on the move. We
But I
making
get it.
these
He's
records.
saying
like, yeah,
when you listen to Mr. Ouija and Mr. Ouija 2, you're like, you wouldn't even need, it feels like
Yeah.
a continuation. Whereas, I see what he's saying. But
yeah, and I'm trying to give another example though, where this like okay, like Linkin Park's shit sounds like it's sequential, right? Even from the first album to the second album. Whereas like I almost feel like Hybrid Theory and Meteor, or is that the second? Yeah, like it's all one thing. Kind of like your first. Anyway, yeah, I see what you're saying. The chorus is the same. It is very similar, and that's about it. That the only similarities I see between the two is the chorus, and they sound completely different too. And it's a good thing. I'm just saying, my mind doesn't associate the two together, if that makes sense. Whereas like Eternal, Crept We Came, and Down 71, my mind blends those into one song. They're just chopped up to make more tracks on the album. But to me, it's all one continuous thing. Whereas Creeping on a Come Up, Crept We Came. In fact, I associate Creeping on a Come Up, the song, more with Hellsent due to the way Crazy Bone's style is on the track. But that is a video on our channel, by the way. Okay, so apparently it didn't click for you guys. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, how's this? How do you feel about the two songs together? And I guess Cold said like, hey, they were creeping, now they crept, so that they crept and then they came, so that works. Cecil, can you provide me some solace in my mind on how to think about these two?
on which two?
Creeping on a Come Up and Crept and We Came. Like how do you associate the two in your mind?
Well, as far as what? What do you mean?
Do you see them as sequels of each other?
Yeah, they
You do.
go together, but that's because you're looking for them to be the same part of the movie, and they're completely different parts of the movie. It's like, one is the beginning of the movie and one is the middle. The storyline has changed tremendously by Crept and We Came. Like you are fucking fast forwarding too far, So it's just like it's all this shit. I think that when you listen to Creeping on a Come Up, by the time you get to Crept and We Came, all those songs between them were supposed to happen. They're not supposed to go back to back like other songs would. There's some sequels you could play back to back and you're like, this makes sense. These aren't supposed to be played back to back. You need that filler.
That brings the solace that I needed. Thank you.
See? Not the fucking park. All right. Well, I mean, we came, we talked the 30th year anniversary. We gave away stuff. We've kept a fucking amazing. I hate to cut it because it's been so amazing, but it feels right. It feels like it's winding down. We had a lot of people call in and kick it with us.
Great call in.
Great call in, great show. We did this completely off the, we had no idea. At one point we were going to listen to the whole album and it was like, dog, we've all heard this album for 30 years. The best thing that we could do was to share our moments of being Bone Thugs and Harmony fans. And more importantly, I think what we did here well tonight was, for the most part, we stayed very on point about talking about the impact of E.1999 Eternal and what it was to us as fans and the hip hop and more, dude. What a great episode.
And I just want to make, because it sounded like you were excited to cover it later on. Do you got anything you wanted to finish with Sleepwalkers? Or are you good?
No. When that person brought it up, I was like, hey, don't let us forget that like this is always like a rumored eternal track, you know. And it was great we had that conversation in the middle where it was like, hey, 93, 94, 95, like
Yeah.
what was written and recorded when? Who the fuck knows? Whose song is it anyway, baby? This could have been anything.
Well, as we're wrapping, I want to let everybody know that don't worry, even though it's the 30th anniversary, Beyond the Harmony just talked about it for 3+ hours. RC Thugster's series will still continue to be dropped over the rest of the year. Down 71 is coming soon. And then the Cecil West version of Down 71 someday will come, and that'll be an epic thing. And the rest of the album will get covered in these little videos for the retrospective. Congrats to everybody for making it here. We're all here 30 years later. What other rap album has ever had a 30-year party? I know hip hop itself has celebrated its 50th anniversary. It was either last year or this year, but Bone Thugs and Harmony, E.1999 Eternal, I think it's the first hip hop album to have a 30th celebration. Although maybe Illmatic, are they still celebrating? I know Nas said stop celebrating Illmatic.
Probably a Wu-Tang album.
I don't know, man. Wu-Tang
I don't
feels like
know.
it just blends.
I feel like the gap of between the first Wu-Tang album and the second Wu-Tang album is the reason why, as a group, Bone really thrived up, and only Outkast is like the only one that could kind of even say they were making that much noise at that time. Like,
Oh, and
I don't know. Wu-Tang's
It's-
pretty pivotal.
I know, but it wasn't until it became the big battle of the double albums, and Bone was still a part of that, and Wu-Tang had a lot to prove, being their second offering, where Bone's already on their third, Biggie's on his second, Pac is already on his like what, fourth or fifth at that time.
Man.
Like, yeah.
When we talk about that time frame, and I said earlier, it was a good. I mean, just think of the double albums that we were served up initially. All Eyes on Me.
And people don't even talk about like E40 dropped a double album at that same time too. Like, even if you want to get into more obscure stuff, Master P
TRU.
had double albums.
And TRU, P's group,
Yeah,
TRU.
Yeah, forgot about that.
MP The Last Dawn, that was a double album.
Too Short's when he re-released his first couple, bro, that Too Short, you know what I'm talking about? It had the condom, the used condom on the front cover. It was like he repackaged his first three, all the albums he had before Short Dogs in the House. In fact, that was the first hip hop double CD that I had seen, and it was the old style double CD, like all the ones we just talked about had the single. It was the same size as a regular CD case. You just open it up and it flips out. But the Too Short one, it was the old fashioned thick. Maybe nobody remembers these things, but there used to be thick double CDs where you had to open one side like this and the other side like this. And Too Shorts is the only one. Oh, and Ice-T it was called the Ice Opinion, and it had that same open up thing like that. I didn't know 8-Ball was the double CD lost.
Triple CD.
Triple C. What about hey, I never saw it. Was the Block Report by E40, was that really a 6-disc album?
John, we may never know, because that is a conversation for a different day at a different time than the 30th anniversary of Bone Thugs and Harmony, E.1999 Eternal. But if you loved what you heard, if you loved hearing us babble about Bone, and you're brand new here, make sure you hit the subscribe. Don't forget to hit the like, and we will be kicking it with you on the next one. But in the meantime, my name is Cecil West, rocking with the one and only
Jonathan Lippy. Make sure y'all check out the E.1999 map decoded Lippy.
And he was our very special guest host for tonight.
Cold-blooded in this thing.
And of course, the co-hosting, coast to coasting, come up creeper, never sour, always sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
I am the 7th album Block Report, Matthew Weaver.
And it is that time on the 30th anniversary of Eternal. Feenics Ryzin, bringing us on home.
down the harmony for the fans we celebrate.